Hello, everyone. Welcome to Riga, Latvia. It's week number 2 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. It's day number 2. It's the final event, the women's free program. Mark?
Yes, medals will be decided for the first time in Riga in this competition. And we have Mai Okada, the winner last year, in first place after the short program, attempting to defend the title that she won a year ago. But what I think is also really interesting is that in the top group after the short program, of the 6 skaters in that final flight, 5 of them they've come from 5 different skating nations. And that's not something that we have seen regularly or repeatedly in the women's event over the past few seasons. And it's wonderful to see a celebration of different skating nations having success.
36 entries from 31 nations. The women's free program begins right now. Welcome, everyone, to Riga, Latvia. Beautiful sunny day here as we fly over the Volvo Sport Arena, the home to many, many Junior Grand Prix events, other figure skating events as well. I'm Ted Bart, along with Mark Hanratty, covering the final event of this day, the women's free program. Mark?
Yes, looking forward to seeing who will reign supreme. Can Mai Okada defend the title that she won last year? As we look at the judging lineup, and interesting to consider that both in the men's and the women's short program after the first portion of the competition, we have Japanese skaters leading the field who have previously won this event. Some indication, as we see the start order, of a continuation of the junior ranks, whereby we are treated to seeing some athletes competing in the junior circuit for a prolonged time, having changed the age criteria for entry to seniors.
And the question that I bring to you is, are we seeing a bit of a shift? It's early on, so we don't really know, but are we seeing a shift in the dominant countries of Korea and Japan over the last number of years, who dominated the podium and even the top 5 for that matter? So when we take a look right now, the last group is Switzerland, Japan, United States, China, Australia, and Japan. So are we beginning to see a small shift in the possibilities of those nations that might be on the podium?
Distinctly possible, and of course last week was so convincingly won by Sofia Zebka, the neutral athlete. So there's that athlete to factor into consideration for the final. And Hannah Bath, of course, as well. The fact that we have an Australian who's record-breaking and creating success for their nation. And so it's always exciting to see different faces, different names. I suspect that it's distinctly possible we've got a change of the guard of sorts.
I don't know the change of the guard. I just think there's more in the mix.
Yeah. And I wonder, poses all sorts of larger questions as we watch the skaters warming up on the ice now as to, whether or not culturally, now you spoke yesterday, I think, about the cultural implications on an athlete, whether or not the global cultural implications of social media and viewing can have an impact in increasing sort of diverse participation from different nations, because I suspect now, all of the 36 women competing in this event, hopefully they're not exposed to too much online and they're, not spending too much time on their phone, but international travel now is done online. And so therefore, by virtue of being here, they will have an online presence. An online presence now opens your eyes to greater influences. And so there's no real excuse for a lack of awareness of what is necessary to be competitive.
Well, in the past, the only way that you were really seen or noticed by the public around the world would be your coverage on television. The phone is the television of today. So an athlete who wants to get known or wants to be seen will put a post up there or whatever, or advertise. And you see all these people, these groups of people that are posting the standings, that are posting the stories, that are posting the information that comes on the ISU website, all that. So all of a sudden, all the PR, public relations out there, it's in the hands of every individual. That didn't exist before. It does now. So that's probably a good thing for the sport around the world. It's also a difficult thing for the athletes to manage, and us as well.
Yes, indeed. And, again, it does then, though, tie back to what's necessary in your own remit, because one could argue that, obviously, for a lot of the neutral athletes that couldn't compete over the last Olympic cycle, one could suggest that, perhaps they wouldn't stay competitive when they return to competition because they don't need to be surrounded by this. But it's culturally, for the likes of Sofia Zebka, important to be jumping quadruple jumps. So the immediate environment still has an influence. I can't make a general sweeping overwhelming status that now, because skaters have access to social media or TikTok, that they can't be competitive, your own personal environment still does obviously have an impact.
Oh, for sure it does. I mean, my only point is that from a visibility and the growth of this sport around the world, the social media and all those devices helps. In regards to the cultural impact on the skater, that depends on that particular culture, access to facilities, support by federations, support by sponsors of television, et cetera, et cetera. So those are on the independent. So we were kind of on two different two different streams there, or at least I was. Okay. Do we have any other questions coming in from?
No, but I'm sure that the wonderful team will be sending us across some picture images, because the International Skating Union has now released an Instagram story post offering you the chance to send a question in to us, and of which we would be delighted to hear from you as we head into the closing seconds, and the skaters just working through their spins as we see the first of 2 Australian athletes competing in this women's free skate event in Riga.
And just a reminder, of course, with 36 women in this event, you're going to see a wide range of skills and ability. Those very early stages of development, we'll see that in the first group or two, and it'll slowly start to see faster skaters, more difficult elements, et cetera, et cetera. That's normal on the Junior Grand Prix. And there is our first athlete, 18-year-old Lola Ocampo from Argentina. This is her second Junior Grand Prix event, competing 1 year ago here in Riga.
And Lola will be skating to the powerful voice of Shirley Bassey, a perfectly appropriate track title to open the event, Get the Party Started.
Get this party started on a Saturday night. Everybody's waiting for me to arrive. I've got lots of style, check my gold diamond rings. I can go for miles if you know what I mean. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. Coming up, so you better get this party started. Sending out the message to all of my friends. We'll be looking flashy in my Mercedes Benz. I've got lots of style, check my gold diamond rings. I can go for miles if you know what I mean. Get this party started on a Saturday night. Everybody's waiting for me to arrive. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. Pull up to the bumper, get out of the car. Lights and places down the number one superstar. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. 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 Making my connection as I enter the room. Everybody's chilling as I set up the groove. Pumping up the volume with this brand new beat. Everybody's dancing and they're dancing for me. I'm your operator, you can call anytime. I'll be your connection to the party line. Coming up, so you better get this party started.
Smile.
Yeah. Now, I just said to you, Mark, I said, the interesting thing about this young woman, and she had some really good elements at the beginning of the program for her, was that this is the start of something. She trains. She lives and trains in Argentina. It's not a big skating nation, but it's starting to build. And here she is representing the country, big smile on her face. That's a thrill. And how many young skaters back home are watching and being inspired by this, and what kind of a wave will that start? That's what's important about the Junior Grand Prix. A good job here. Be interesting to know where she trains and see a picture of that.
What Lola Ocampo has explained to me as we see this single axel to open the program, that her dream while she trains, and we see some of the choreo elements, good transitional content for Lola throughout the program. She trains in Argentina, but she's so desperately keen to see an ice rink built in Buenos Aires, and this will be her final Junior Grand Prix because she's turning 19 in January, and so the passion for her to help to facilitate more participation for skaters from her nation is resolute. To see few too many double salcos, one of those will be invalidated, and I'm hoping that the smile that was broad and beaming on the face of Lola Ocampo is just joy at the conclusion of this event.
This may very well be part of her leadership in helping develop this sport further in her country. She's here, she's representing it, she gets it. It's a wonderful thrill for her. Now she'll go back home and work at this and see more skaters come into this direction. So congratulations on the work that you're doing, Lola.
And she said how grateful she is to Argentinian skating and that skating community. And look, I don't think there's been as much pride to represent from any of the skaters in Riga. So what a fascinating and wonderful opportunity to recognize pride of nation from Lola Ocampo and her coach.
That's how great things happen. It starts by one person or a group of people that are, it's a new group, a small group down there, and they are building a community. And that's exciting. It'll be interesting to see years down the road.
I want to see now an image of the people screaming in excitement from the rink that they train at and that they coach in, who are supporting now, watching this broadcast and streaming.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can imagine now the joy.
Congratulations to all the people that support Lola, that's for sure, and those that are working hard to develop the sport of figure skating.
And hopefully they can unite in joining Lola and Michaela Romero and creating that dream that Lola has, the dream of seeing a Buenos Aires ice rink.
That'd be nice to go there, eh?
Yeah, we wouldn't say no to that.
No. Let's take a look at the scores for Lola Ocampo from Argentina, 36.93 for the free program. Total competition score, 56.05. First skater out in this event. Our next skater represents Turkmenistan, Larissa Gopalova, 17 years old. Not a lot of international experience.
But another wondrous example of representation. The first time that a skater from Turkmenistan has competed on the International Skating Union Junior Grand Prix.
bro.
No, not without you.
We'll be all right. Listen, we'll be fine. I'm a survivor, all right? Don't worry about me. Now go on, get on.
There's nothing I fear, and I know that my heart will go on. We'll stay forever this way. You are safe in my heart, and my heart will go on and
Promise me now, Rose.
I promise.
And never let go of that promise.
I will never let go, Jack. I'll never let go.
Representing Turkmenistan, Larissa Vopilova. You know, Mark, this was a pretty good program for her. She's got pretty good skating skills. You know, basic jumps, basic double jumps, and that's fine. And some really good technique on that. You know, not everything was perfect, but I think she comes off the ice pretty happy.
She
See the
does
smile on
look
her face?
happy. Yeah, she does look happy. And it's almost like we're witnessing, real core memory for an athlete being created as we see the double salto into the double loop combo that opened the program.
And she fights for that. And the message here with these two first skaters from Argentina and from Turkmenistan is these countries are developing skating countries. They're skating there, they're training there, and people are watching them skate. They're watching this. And how many more will join because of the access they can see and the inspiration that someone from their own country is doing this?
And I think the big thing is really sincerely hoping that for Larissa that then this experience, being with the skaters that are to come, my passionate hope is that Larissa will now get to celebrate online or with the people that are here to support her in the venue and then sit down, watch, take notes, study, and be inspired for the return to other internationals, hopefully.
And she has some very nice moves, good spins as well, basic double doubles, but some of them were really well done. And you can see she's happy to be here. I mean, it can be nerve-wracking, but it also can be thrilling. You know you're coming in with less elements than the top skaters, but you want to be here and do yourself proud. And she has. They all have so far. See the scores for Larissa. Well, 50.62, that is first in the free program so far early on in the competition. 73.71, that'll put her overall into first place early on.
Nice imagery.
Our next skater represents Mexico, 15-year-old Victoria Sutton-Hupp. And this is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
And for Victoria, she included triple jumps in this short program, hopes to do the same now as we up the technical ante in the competition, skating to Wakanda Forever.
time goes by. Like a stream. Set your wings. Open wide. Soon you'll fly to victory. Soon you'll fly.
Well, Victoria Sutton-Hop, whilst there were challenges with the jumping passes, lots of unique choices there. I really want to relive and look again at the choreo spin. The kind of camel side variation was unique and creative. I wrote down that the choreo sequence itself with the hitch kicks and the Euler type jumps was notable and worthy. And then the side teddy bear roll type conclusion of the
Teddy bear
program.
roll. I like that.
Love the choreography. Kudos to the team. And the choreographer listed as Diego Saldana. Good
Well,
job.
and I think it's great that you've just branded that roll, the teddy bear roll. There's the triple sock out. Good, good technique on the takeoff, nice and fast in the air. Just a soft check out, no strong push out with the arms. Lock that landing down. Same thing there. The free leg got stuck in front, but she fights that off, keeps the free foot off, does the double toe loop, and then double axel a little bit later, leaning outside the circle. But the basic mechanics of the takeoff is good. Not always perfectly straight, but rotating, hands above the head, and fighting all the way through the program.
Oh, you caught it. This is unique.
Oh,
We don't see unique movement as readily, and maybe this is in turn what the choreo spin that the newly required element is helping to facilitate as we see a really good Bielman. And
There's the teddy bear roll.
Kind of back rolly teddy bear roll situation.
Yeah, that was good. I liked it. It's
Me
cool.
too. She needs to brand it now. Need to make sure because
You
some
just branded it.
for Victoria Sutton-Hop representing Mexico, because some senior superstar might see that and take it as their own and get the recognition, but it's you, Victoria, and your team.
I think it's awesome, the teddy bear roll. Because it's named after me as I'm rolling around the floor here. No, I thought that was great.
And now, again, to promote a skater that learned to skate in Mexico and still trains there, so they continue to discussion.
That theme continues, and that's a wonderful theme. These skaters coming from non-traditional skating nations, although Mexico's been quite active for sure, training at home, building facilities, and competing internationally. Free program scores for Victoria, 56.01. That is first in the free program. And she has a total competition score of 85.53. That'll put her for the moment into first place. Our next competitor represents Croatia, 15-year-old Paula Kaznar, second Junior Grand Prix season, 48th last year at Junior Worlds.
And Paula will skate to Maleficent and the Sleeping Beauty. And you can see Paula just working through a takeoff of what will be, hopefully, a triple loose and then a triple flip. Those are the first two planned jumps for Paula, and that signals a big jump in the potential technical difficulty that we're seeing in this event.
That look in your eyes is so
Croatia's Paula Kaznar completes a free skate with 5 triple jumps attempted in the program. Solid skate for the skater that showcased herself much better in the free skate than in the short program. Now the technical panel just looking back now at the rotations as Ivana Jakubcevic, her coach, meets her rinkside.
Yeah, it's out of the 10 elements, 6 were under review, checking the landings of those jumping passes, but mechanically they were really good on the takeoff, really tight and fast in the air. It's just whether that blade, and we'll take a look here, made it all the way around. There's the triple Lutz, and that is in at a under rotation on the Lutz, so it was fine. The downgrade on the flip, I think you'll watch right here. They've got it downgraded in the system. Yeah, you can see that blade absolutely forward when it touches the ice. Good catch on that. Tech panel is doing well. And there's an under rotation on the second triple Lutz.
And Paula there just looking down at the ice herself, so she knows.
Sure. But the job to getting these clean is getting them stood up first, and which is what she's doing. Now she's just got to tighten it up in the air, a little faster rotation. She's got everything balanced. She'll just get all the way around, but you can see there's just a little bit of a hook. That one looked
That
pretty
one was good,
That
yeah.
was clean. Yeah, there we go.
And actually, that was the jump that wasn't reviewed by the panel. So.
Yeah.
And now, just for Paula, as is always the case for the athletes, now finding a catalyst for progression here. So everything that our coaches, Ivana, and the other team members will say to her now, will this experience be the motivation to just demand that little bit more, push the jump pass a little higher, increase the speed on the way in, tighten and squeeze for more rotation, because the consequence is that an under-rotated jump has 80% of the value than a fully rotated jump. So, of course, that's why it will be a common discussion point throughout the course of the event.
And most skaters, when they're learning a new jump, will under-rotate in the beginning, some far less, and it's easier to fix. But, you know, getting into tight rotation position and getting the takeoff correct is the most important thing. Using the momentum to get a little bit more height, a little bit more speed, gets it clean. Takes time. Here we go. Let's take a look at the scores for Paula. The free program score is 73.61. That is first in the free program. Total competition score of 105.48 as she takes over the lead. The coach is trying to convince her that's good. You've done a great job. She'd like a little bit more points, but look back on the report card and see what happened. Our next skater represents Australia. And Kyle, 17 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event, competed here in Riga at the Volvo Open just a year ago.
Skating to the classic Celine Dion track, Ne me quitte pas.
Ne me quitte pas. Il faut oublier, tout peut s'oublier, qui s'enfuit déjà. Oublier le temps des malentendus et le temps perdu, à savoir comment oublier ces heures qui tuaient parfois à coup de pourquoi le cœur du bonheur. Ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas. Ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas. Moi, je t'offrirai des perles de pluie venues de pays où il ne pleut pas. Je creuserai la terre jusqu'après ma mort pour couvrir ton corps d'or et de lumière. Je ferai un domaine où l'amour sera roi. Sera loi, où tu seras roi. Ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas. Ne me quitte pas. Ne me quitte pas, je t'inventerai des mots insensés que tu comprendras je te parlerai de ces amants-là qui ont vu 2 fois leur cœur s'embraser. Je te raconterai l'histoire de ce roi mort, de n'avoir pas pu te rencontrer. Ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas. On a vu souvent rejaillir le feu de l'ancien volcan qu'on croyait trop vieux. Il est, paraît-il, des terres brûlées donnant plus de blé qu'un meilleur avril. Et quand vient le soir, pour que ciel flamboyant, le rouge et le noir ne s'épousent-ils pas? Ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas. Ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas.
Australia's Anne Kyle, and this a skater that obviously has a real mindfulness and appreciation for delicacy of movement, beautiful start position, glorious movement here seen, and I would hasten to guess that either there's great choreographic work or a dance class undertaken by a skater that can move as well as that.
And this just not carry enough of that momentum across the ice. He just got sort of slow on those traveling 3 turns, the double axel. And the free leg just could not check out fast, or she did not check it out fast enough to stop the upper body rotation. There's a double jump up into a double axel. That's going to come in as under, I believe.
Downgraded,
Yeah, downgraded actually, yeah.
And I think now for Anne, she's got some lovely movement. Now, because the rotation is obviously an issue, it was an issue in the short program with jumps not being fully rotated. Now, when we see this valiant effort at the triple salto, just doing enough work with off ice, doesn't necessarily even have to be on the ice, but work on the fast twitch fibers, the reflex muscles, firing into a more optimal rotational position at a quicker pace.
But that's the key, is the rotational position, because when you're broken over or you're bending out or your arms away from your body core, you're creating a larger body mass, which rotates slower and doesn't get you around. So you've got to be extremely streamlined and efficient, straight and strong and tight and fast into that position. When you do that, the triples are physically quite easy.
Yes.
But if you don't get in that position, they're really hard.
And the challenge now is, working, making sure that she is listening to everything Stephanie Zhang is saying so that she can retrain. It's the neural pathways. Habit is formed there. That's a slower rotational speed. It's now just making sure that they facilitate a new default setting, a new increased speed of rotation. Because the component side, the second mark, is easily her strength, and that will be actually bolstered, I am sure, by the judges when they see clean triples added from a technical score perspective. Just amazing to think that Anne's coach, Stephanie, was a junior Grand Prix bronze medalist in China in 2000, and
wow,
she still looks so young.
Yeah, I know, exactly. She looks like she could still skate.
Yeah. And I believe her coach Stephanie could do clean triple triples, triple H, triple toe. So
wow,
maybe she does that in practice. I don't know. I don't suppose that most coaches will still whip out a triple in practice.
Yeah, more susceptible to bone breakage if you don't do it. Well, this is a technical panel working away there. They've got 6 elements have been now reviewed. There's some work to do there. Under rotations, downgrades, edge takeoffs are concerned. So a lot of work by the technical panel. And we witnessed them a little earlier today being very consistent in the application of the rules throughout each skater. 52.62 for the free program. That is third. with a total competition score of 85.47. That'll put Ann Kyle from Australia, currently, for the moment, into third place.
And now to the Austrian representative at this event, Elis Namazalieva, a skater that has chosen this track by Rosalia to challenge herself, endeavouring to push her artistic side with this new style. The track, Bergain, and the triple sacco, the first planned element.
This is divine. The only way to save through divine intervention. The only way I will be saved is through divine. Yo sé muy bien lo que soy, ternura pa'l café. Cuando tú vienes es cuando me voy. Deshalb ist mein Herz so schwer. Cuando tú vienes es cuando me voy.
Elis Namazalieva, at the end of her program, this a skater whose mum found a business card on a bus seat next to her that offered ice skating lessons.
Oh my
and
gosh.
that was the
Start.
start. And now here, her daughter represents their country on a junior international stage. And also, Elis does her own dress designs and her sketches, then a dressmaker makes them, and she and her mum embellish them with the crystals. So from a chance happenstance on a bus journey to now experiencing an international like this, as we see the triple salto to open the program. That's just a little under-rotated.
You just don't know whether to thank that person for leaving it or curse them, right?
Yeah. Of course, Ellis, I'm sure just delighted to showcase all the hard work that has been done to get to the stage. Ah, nice. Picture moment there.
That's a really nice positions and poses within this program. You can see clearly she has a creative and artistic sense of shape.
Yeah, and quality movement too. Now I'm sure for Ellis and the team, Denise Jacek and Marcus Hayder, they'll be mindful of the need to increase that planned program content moving forward. So under construction will be the other triple jumps, but the technique on the doubles that she did do looks like it will facilitate that. Now it's, for all of these athletes, we're so desperately eager to encourage them to big score progression. Just keep believing, keep manifesting, keep visualizing, and we look forward to seeing you again, Ellis.
Let's take a look at the score. 74.39 for the free program. That is first. For Ellis, competition score of 108.46. That will put it for the moment into first place. The athletes all progress at different speeds. There are some elements that are difficult, takes a little bit longer. They progress perhaps in spins, and then maybe jumps a little bit later. Or everybody's slightly different. And here is the next group taking to the ice for the 6-minute warm-up. And you have a lot of questions, just kidding.
Indeed, we do. Thank you to those of you that have sent in the multitude of questions. And it's hard to know how now we will fit those in without being ignorant to the athletes who are working so furiously hard to stay on the in their warm-up. We will quickly rattle through a few. One of the questions that has first come in is, what is the qualification criteria for the Junior World Championships? So the Junior World Championships will take place in Sofia, Bulgaria, early March 2027. And the criteria for which to qualify, first, each athlete that wants to be there has to have achieved a minimum of 72 points in their technical element score between their short program and their free skate.
And the women.
And the women, yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
80, I think, in the men.
Yes, exactly. And then after that is achieved, then there are certain other requirements and restrictions that are country-specific. So the most any one nation can enter into the Junior World Championships, or indeed the seniors, will be 3 from any one nation, or 2 or 1, and that's dependent upon the results from the previous year.
Right. There you go. Well
Fairly clear. We'll move on. What were another interesting one from @Chloe Regan Pile. Do you think that Alyssa Liu's Olympic performance has influenced choreography and scoring this season?
I don't know that it's influenced choreography or scoring. I think it has influenced the attitude, perhaps, of the athletes who now are skating with maybe more love, more passion of the sport, enjoying the process more. So therefore, it probably reflects in choreography or reflects in the program. I could go with that. Maybe not at the juniors, because they're still just trying to get the technical elements done. But I think in the senior category, you'll see more people connected to stories and to emotions in their program. So I do think it'll have some impact. What do you think?
I certainly think that the story and the discussion of Alyssa Liu's perspective pertaining to competition has impacted a huge number of people.
Yeah, totally.
I don't think it will affect scoring. So
No,
that's
no,
one
not
thing I
scoring.
feel.
Well, only scoring in the fact that if it impacts a person to do better.
Yeah,
but it doesn't
it
have
helps
an
people
impact.
to get higher
Yeah,
scores.
exactly.
Then great.
Yeah.
Another interesting question coming in from @Elisa_M_G12. When watching these juniors, how often do you get they will be a future world champion feeling?
Well, I don't think, well, I don't know about you, Mark, and you can answer, but for me, I don't think that I ever think, well, this will be a future world champion. I put them into a pot that could be, because they're showing the technical skills. They're showing, if you have that special connection with music as well. We don't know how they'll grow. We don't know whether there will be injury. We don't know what's going to happen in their life. But right now, the skills that they have at this stage, if they continue to develop all those skills at that speed, they certainly are in the running.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting, good question, because it's thought-provoking to me as to who I felt that about. I do think Chen and Dong, who won the pairs event here, I have imagined them at World Championship success, so that has crossed my mind. But again, I'm really, we're conscious of the peaks and troughs of any athlete. We've had the privilege of chatting to a few of the skaters that will release those interviews over the course of the next couple of weeks, and there are athletes that have gone on to become world medalists that have had, hospitalization that you would have never assumed that what they did as juniors. Nika Agadza was 14th in his junior Grand Prix, and he's gone on to become a European champion. So it's not a hard and fast correlation between.
Well, and you just have to think
juniors.
of one name, Mao Shimada, because she certainly from the very beginning. Now, mind you, she spent 4 years in the junior category. So how will that impact her next run towards the Olympics? So everything's got to do with your health and your growth and your development. But certainly, we've seen athletes that we think that could be in the running.
As we move on now quickly, we've got minute and 40 as we
Yep.
see some skaters moving on to their spins within this warm-up. Question coming in from @Xander P. Favorite type of spin and which skater does that spin best? Theirs is an illusion spin. I've enjoyed seeing the illusion, the windmill this,
Yeah, they're good.
this season.
I like when you have a series of 3 or 4 right to the music. That's very, very effective. So, that.
For me,
That's it for me.
a shout out then for the skaters if they are watching and viewing and want some spinning inspiration or motivation to check out the world record holder from Switzerland, Lucinda Roux. And if
Yeah.
you watch some of her performances from her professional skating days on YouTube, you will be inspired by the quality of her spinning.
But
Oh.
she spent an awful lot of time learning how to spin, right? And the Swiss, because those ice surfaces were so busy, they spent a lot of time at one end of the rink, and most of the time was spent in spinning. And there's a number of people, Swiss Bielman, same thing. So
Natalie
you know.
Krieg as well.
Yeah,
another name.
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And, so many good questions. We don't have enough warm-up time left. The question coming in I'm going to go for from @Johanna Create. What makes a figure skating costume truly unique and memorable?
Oh my gosh, I think that's independent for everybody who's looking at it. Most important, the skater feels good in it, but it doesn't. I don't know. It's just the colors that match the person and the music.
It's interesting. If I was to come conscious of time, the skater that performed to the Harley Quinn concept yesterday, she had the most memorable costume because it was bright, bold, and different.
There you go. There's your answer.
And that concludes the 6-minute warm-up.
And you just barely snuck that one in there. But thank you for all the questions. They were really good.
And there are so many more.
Yep. Okay, as we get started in group number 2 of 6 in the women's free program. The medal event. That'll happen a number of hours from now. As we take a look at our next skater representing Netherlands, Summer Rijkhausen. This is 16 years old. Not a lot of international experience, but she's here on the first junior Grand Prix, Mark.
Yes, and Summer was proud to tell me that one of her very best friends, Luca Dikheisen, was competing in Shan last week, and I'm sure Luca is now cheering at the screen in support of her friend Summer, who will compete to the track Children of Africa for her free skate. Summer Vikhuizen representing the Netherlands, possibly one of the most engaged and committed and involved skaters that we'll see in this event. It was the same we mentioned in the warm-up just preceding this performance about the memory that Harley Quinn in the short program from Summer gave us. This performance too had such resolute conviction to the choreography that it's made it memorable.
Yeah, and it wasn't just in spots here or there. It was from the first note to the last. She was intense all the way. And, you know, really good rotation, quick rotation all the way around on that triple salchow, double axel, double flip. You know, didn't cover a lot of ice, of course, but there's a triple Lutz. That looked to be all the way around. It's under rotation, actually, in the judging system, just slightly. Here we go with the triple flip, fast rotation, and that is clean. It's not, actually, it's being reviewed at the moment. And then triple loop a little bit later. So it has the basic mechanics of getting in, and that's going to be under rotated, the double toe loop on the takeoff, and then triple salchow a little bit later. So has the takeoff, has a fast rotation, got to clean up the landings.
Double axel, easily the best flow out on that jump at the end of the program, and then that allowed her to feel freer in committing. And I just love the movement
that.
where she kind of swept the sweat off her brow toward the judges.
Yeah, she didn't leave any of that choreography out. Probably added some to it. Right?
Maybe
Not
so.
Sure, yeah, it was great.
Shout out to coach Marcus Dean and choreographer Jimmy Tavares, involved in supporting the skater. And that the feeling that we want to see, you got to see our coach there still simulating rotational technique, but that sense in the kiss and cry of satisfaction at their job accomplished. And then that just paves the way for now more, because of the jumps, 5 of them have rotation issues, so therefore she's done her job. She's happy, she's proud, and so rightly so. And now that feedback that she gets from this is the mojo, the motivation.
Yeah,
moving
we'll see
forward.
whether what she feels is aligned with the score. If it's not aligned with the score, she'll wonder why. She'll look at the report card and she'll understand why, and then she'll go to work at fixing that. So we take a look at the technical panel. Let's take a look at the scores for Summer. She feels it was a good program. With that number reflected for 73.13, that is third in the free program. With a total competition score of 107.67, that smile, she's still wearing that. She's six or seven, yeah. And that puts her currently into second place. She's got energy, and I think she has a real passion for the sport. Our next skater represents Poland's 17-year-old Sofia Bochenek. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season. She placed 22nd in Gdansk last season on the Junior Grand Prix.
Poland's Zofia Boshanek, a skater that delivered much more in this free skate than in the short program. 4 of the elements being reviewed now, but the good news is the triple lutz that opened the program is deemed as fully rotated, which was an issue for Zofia in the short program and not now in the free skate.
Yeah, getting 11.09 points off that first element, that's huge. And a big boost of confidence as well through the rest of the program.
And Zofia wins the award for the sparkliest costumes in both the short
So
and
far.
the free skate.
So far, we got more to come, maybe.
Yeah, true.
There's the triple lutz, good height all the way, double toe loop, patient. Flicks the free leg up into the air all the way on the double axel. Really well done. Start the program. The triple loop. Not a lot of speed on the landing, but gets up into the double toe loop. And a little bit later, there's the second triple lutz. I think that is under. It is under in the system. Nice flying set.
Really nice flying set spin, and I think to just give context for why we reference the rotation so much, because the sight that we have in front of our eyes now dictates the score the skater would achieve as we see the choreo spin, a very fashionable movement this year after seeing it done by Kaori Sakamoto and Adam Xiao so well last season. This input that we first initially see that the skater may likely achieve is based upon fully rotated jumping passes, and then the total score for each skater can drop or increase, but generally is more inclined to drop because the review process from the technical panel takes down the percentage of the element. And so a couple of under rotations for Zofia have therefore understandably pulled down the tech score. And she, though, has a stronger tech score than program component scores. The current leader from Austria has a stronger component score, the second mark, than her first. So each skater accruing and acquiring their scores in different ways.
Yeah, and when you get to the top of seniors, you're collecting those points and the scores in both ways, because that is what gets you to the top, really, in junior or in senior.
Yes, and the factoring for the program component scores differs from men to women based on the tech score that they include.
Let's take a look at the free program scores. For Zofia, 73.97. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 108.61. She'll take over the lead. There's a look at your top 5 skaters on the leaderboard so far in the women's free program. Our next competitor represents Belgium, 17-year-old Ilona van Steenberg. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
And Ilona and her mum acknowledging that they're realistic at the challenges based on injury, but with confidence in her continued development as she skates to a tango choreographed by Eva Lotta Kibos.
Buenos Aires.
Belgium's Ilona van Steenberg. A skater that had some wonderful highlights in the choreo spin. The 9th of the 10 elements in that free skate really stood out to me. And I mentioned the name Eva-Lotta Kibos as one of those involved in the choreography. And there were some lovely nuances. Great to see more names signed up for emerging choreographic talent as well.
And just 3 of the elements were under review, so a relatively clean program. There were some mistakes for sure. The axle popped, so no score on that. But
And that was similar in the short program, the axle not comfortable, but triple loop, double toe.
double loop
It's good.
takes a lot of quick reaction just to pop yourself back up into that 3rd jump. That's over-rotated. And the triple salchow a little bit later into the double toe loop. That is okay. That's clean.
And here, the highlight of the program for me, look at the way in which she's using that right arm
Yeah,
and her
that's beautiful.
head and neckline.
Great shape.
Really cool shape. That's good. And as I mentioned in the short program, and I think at the start of this program, that because of the injuries, she kept having some setbacks and a rebuilding. But because the coach believes, the coach that is her mum, believes in her so much, they got an awareness of where they're at, but where they believe they're going. And that gives such reassurance for an athlete when they are struggling either through injury or just some fragility, that knowing that your coach has got your back. Look at that connection between the energy of mother and daughter there. Looks like a 17-year-old that really respects their parent.
And the score is 77.85. That is first in the free program competition score, 113.63 as she takes over the lead.
And now, the next competitor skating, Thea Maria Ullereng. Thea acknowledging to us all the sadness that she and her nation feel at the sad news that King Harald of Norway passed away. She skates now to Dawn of Faith. the 14-year-old Thea Maria Ullering from Norway, and difficult to ascertain, what the finishing touch was there, because on so many of the jumping passes, just a break in the rotation at the end and a lack of conviction to sticking a one-footed landing, and there could be a host of different reasons for that. Of course, we were told that Thea Maria would be wearing perhaps an acknowledgement of the sad news of the death of King Harold. That could be impacting her, or it could simply be the enormity of the occasion, just not having the courage to really stick for these landings on one foot.
Yeah, and I think it's part of where she's at in her development. We saw that in the short program already, and I don't think there was anything affecting her there. So it's a matter of the jump takeoff's pretty good. She starts in rotation okay, but she's not trusting or comfortable enough just to get that 1 foot down and get the free leg out without touching to the ice. It's become a little bit of a habit. That's what it appears to be. We'll see. She did a nice double axel at the end.
Well, and that the double axel at the end, as you mentioned, that this is the
Right
one.
here, yeah.
You can see managing to find that right leg and stick the landing, and that kind of suggests perhaps it's just nervous hesitation, because skaters that do 2 foot jump landings, it can be, as you say, a habit that is their default setting when under a moment of stress. So
yeah, you have to trust yourself, and you have to be determined to get that free leg out and not go let your other foot touch down and land on 1 foot, even if you take a fall. Got to start to break that habit.
What we can see is that takeoffs are good, and air position for the early parts of the jump's good too, as are the skating skills. So the score that you're about to see is one that I think over the course of, well, a not too distant time could be significantly higher.
Yeah, the moments after that program, every skater's sort of reviewing what happened, because it happened so quickly. You don't really take note during it. You're
Can be
thinking about
outer body experience.
Yeah, technical panel working away. There was a lot of elements under review. 8 out of the 10 elements. That is a lot. 8 out of the 10 elements. So that tech panel is on number 8 at the moment. Good job to go through that quickly. We've got 3 elements that are downgraded and 1 that is under rotated. A fall on 1. Yeah. A lot of work there by the technical panel. And we talked about that a little earlier, is the skaters wanting to skate, leaving no doubt. When you get a clean program and you don't have any reviews, it's because you have been absolutely clear and they don't need to question it.
And I'm sure, Thea Marie could potentially do that right now, if she could turn it around. It's just a little flick of a switch in the brain, but certainly right now a skater that's just 14 years of age that looks a little despondent in the kiss and cry. So we send her just our belief in her potential.
Oh, yeah. You can discover to get down on 1 foot. You can do this. You will do this. There's no question.
And I'm sure has done many times, just
Yes,
not
absolutely.
under the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Free program score, 56.33. That is 6 in the free program so far in the competition, with a total event score of 93.62. And that'll put our overall into 6th place. Our next skater represents Israel, Nicole Cooperman. She's 26 after the short program with a 38.41.
And Nicole will skate to music by Kachaturian for the free skate that will open with her triple toe loop. Nicole Cooperman completes her first event of the season and her first Junior Grand Prix. And as we mentioned in this short program, coming from a skating family, I'm sure inspired by her brother Tamir, who will hopefully right now be applauding from somewhere around the world in support of his sister. And Nicole certainly a skater that for me has a strength more in the program component scores. And the highlight for me was a choreo spin with the windmill illusion on time with the music for the saber dance that concluded that skate. Wow. Shane there on the opening triple toe. That the solitary triple jump attempt. And there, just issues with the landing of the double axel. As I mentioned, greater strength with when you see this double lutz and into single axel, double toe. We will see more flow and glide even here into this next double lutz than some of the other athletes who are attempting more difficult triple jumping passes. And that, you know, one could argue, you know, chicken or egg, I suppose, for Nicole. I'm sure she's got many other triple jumps under construction, but because she has a simpler planned program content than the others, maybe that is indeed what allows her to, you know, attack more for the speed to help the second mark. As we look back at highlight of the program, do you want to sing the timing of this windmill?
1, 2, 3. Yeah, it was right to the music. It was great.
And then a great sit behind feature.
And right on the last note. Nice. You know, this is so early in the season, and these skaters will, you know, we'll see some of them later on in the Junior Grand Prix, but what about when they're at their nationals? Completely a different skater at that point. Lots of run-throughs, more confidence, hopefully healthy. Let's take a look at the scores. 66.42. That is 6th in the free program. Competition score, 103.83. That'll put her, at the moment, overall, into 6th place. Our next skater represents Finland, 15-year-old Annika Palonna. Second Junior Grand Prix season. She was 20th last year here in Riga. Would like to improve on that number. She's coached and choreographed by Anna Murtanen. And she's going to skate the free program into a man, a plan, a code for Mission Impossible.
Finland's Annika Perlonmaa, a skater that finds herself in this position after the short program based on a tough skate. That too had challenges throughout, but we can see beyond that this is obviously an athlete that is capable of being closer to the top 10 in this event at least. And just,
totally.
There's so many variables and factors which can affect the comfort, and you can see, understandably, crushed not to being able to showcase herself.
She got really aggressive throughout the program and just fighting and muscling things. But we saw great technique. We saw some innovative stuff. She's powerful. She's trained. She's fit. You name it. So she was really exciting. But there was a number of problems in the program. Look at that triple flip, triple toe is a beauty. Great start. If you can do that then. Okay, she didn't follow all the way through the program. Here's the Lutz on a big lean, huge lean, okay? Nothing wrong with her abilities to do it, but that was on a big lean here on this night. And here's a little bit further down the program, triple flip on a bit lean, has to step out of there. So you can see her aggressiveness is a little bit out of control, and that is creating the leans and the angles, which she does not want. But she's certainly powerful and capable of doing all those jumps.
So true. And for Annika, as we look through this, the change for combo spin, this was solid at the end of the program. The choreo spin, she just didn't seem to have a control over her body as you see her fight to make that triple salchow happen. And as I mentioned, here you could just see a loss of kind of comfort.
Panic is not the word, but there was an urgency for her without control of the body. And when that body starts just whipping around and you're out of control on it, it just gets wild. But under control, this skater's going to be, as you mentioned, in the top 10.
And I know that Annika is so glad that her parents are here to support, as is her coach, obviously, with her now. And she said that her sister is in Australia and she's been away. She's going away for an exchange year, but she messaged to me how much appreciation and gratitude she has for her sister. And I'm sure that across the internet, there's a sister that wants to jump inside the screen and give you a big hug right now.
Yeah. 15 years old, I mean, we know what their desire is, what their expectations are, what their wishes are, and then that sets in a program and you lose a little bit of control and you don't know what happened, you don't know why it happened, you're sitting there kiss and cry and you're thinking about all those things. This is an experience every skater goes through, every single one. At least I don't care who they are, they all go through that. 80.50 is the free program score. That's first with a 121.09 total competition score. That'll put her for the moment into first place. Good skater. Bright lights, bright future, still some things to learn.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to take a break during the ice resurfacing as we take a look at the scores and the standings so far after two groups. Mark, what do we have on the video playback list?
Chance to listen into the interview with the winner from the Junior Grand Prix Series last year, Mayuka Oka, and then the Skate Basic Series where we talk about some jumps and their takeoffs, and then finally in this resurface, the must-watch moments from Xi'an last week.
I hope you enjoyed this. There's much, much more to come from Riga, Latvia on the second day of competition here. Enjoy. We'll be back right after this. Welcome to the basics of skating. Now, this series is designed for those new viewers that don't know much about our sport, and we're going to go into a little detail on some of the elements. Mark?
Yeah, we're going to start with understanding the 6 different figure skating jumps, and we're going to start with the axel, which I believe is probably the easiest for a new viewer to spot.
It is. It's the only jump that you go forwards on, and it's a little scary because you're jumping into space, but Mark here is a brave soul, and he is going to demonstrate for us, so I'm going to back out of this shot. Bravo!
Any good jump, the biomechanics are so important, and it's really crucial that the athlete and the skater has total command over all their limbs and making sure that both the arms and the free leg all work together at the point of takeoff.
Now remember, that is the only jump of all of them that takes off forward. It's kind of difficult. It's one of the first jumps the skaters learn as well. Let's take a look at the salchow jump now, different from the axle, Mark.
That's forward takeoff with the axle. This is the first of the jumps we take off from backwards, and it'll be a back inside edge that takes off and dictates the salchow.
Back inside edge takeoff, little movement on that free leg. There's the salchow. Now we're going to take a look at the loop jump. Now this is the one jump that does not have a second leg assist, like a toe pick or like the use of the free leg. There's just one edge. The free leg is crossed in front of the takeoff edge, and it just pretty much stays there through the takeoff and into the air rotation position. Just one edge in and one edge out. That's a look at the loop jump. Now we're going to take a look at the toe loop, which is different than the axel and the sacco. Those were edge jumps. This is the first toe jump that you're going to see, Mark.
Yes, and there are lots of different entries into the toe loop, but the important part is that the final edge is on our back outside edge and we tap in to assist the takeoff.
Well, not too bad. Good extension on the landing.
That's all I've got.
And now we're going to take a look at the flip jump. Now, once again, this jump uses the toe pick to help lift the skater in the air. Mark?
And like the toe loop, there are lots of different entries that the skaters will use to get to the jump, but the important part here is a back inside edge on takeoff.
You know, you cover up a lot of flaws with that nice extension.
I mean, you hell if I know it.
Now we're going to take a look at the Lutz jump. This is quite similar to the flip jump, except the takeoff edge is then outside as opposed to the flip being an inside. Kind of a little complicated and difficult to see so quickly. Mark?
Yes, difficult to spot, but should the skater take off with the incorrect edge, it can have big implications on their points.
Nice, strong back outside edge, good strong pick, beautiful extensions. And that is the Lutz.
And now you hopefully know the differences between the different figure skating jumps, so please try and test yourself when you're watching some of the world's best figure skaters.
Here in Ankara with the women's champion Mayuko Oka from Japan, a 199.74 total score. Congratulations on your win, first of all. And I just wanted to ask you what your expectations were when you came here for your first Junior Grand Prix and to win here first time out.
楽しむことと思いっきり悔いの残らない演技ができるように頑張ろうという気持ちで来ました。
When you were in the Kiss and Cry and you saw your scores come up, and then later you found out you won the event, how did you feel?
まさか優勝するとは思ってなかったので、点数が出た時はすごい驚きました。
Well, congratulations on your first Junior Grand Prix, on your first gold medal, and we wish you the very best as you move forward. The champion here in Ankara, Mayuko Oka from Japan. The Junior Spotlight in Dance was from the winners, neutral athletes Maria Fethilova and Artem Valov, where they showcased originality and creativity within both their technical elements and transitional content that will undoubtedly inspire others into later stages of the Junior Grand Prix. The Junior Spotlight in Paris came from neutral athletes Polina Shesheleva and Igor Kodakov, with a spectacular display of high technical difficulty, extreme skating skills with speed and flow, and attention to the connection with music. It was the highest overall score in Junior Grand Prix pair skating history. In men's, the Junior Spotlight goes to the neutral athlete champion Lev Lazarev, who delivered 4 quadruple jumps with other quality elements and the high level of program components producing an insurmountable score as he took the title by 20 points over the next competitor. In the women's junior spotlight, it was dominated by the neutral athlete Sofia Zepka, laying down two clean, difficult, and dynamic programs, earning a dominating total points of 213.28, taking the title by 23 points over the nearest challenger. Welcome back to Riga and day number 2, the women's free program, group number 3 on the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. Mark, I know you have a lot of questions coming in.
Yes, delighted and grateful to all those that have sent the questions in. And we'll work our way through them as the skaters are partway through their 6-minute warm-up. And a question, really interesting question coming in from at radkaspawn.point. How tall is too tall to start skating?
Oh, no. There isn't any size, shape of a person that is too whatever to start skating.
No, gosh.
Not at all. I'm not sure if the reference is to the height for competitive figure skating. We've seen a lot of skaters that are quite tall, handle themselves beautifully, even at the top level, world level. So there really is not a limitation on that at all. There's just a bit of a difference. Your body types, some are a little quicker into rotation, some with a little bit longer limbs have to be a little earlier perhaps to get them into the body core, things like that. There's just adjustments depending on your body makeup, that's all.
And I think, there are some, because we see some similar body shapes, then it becomes stereotypical. But there are exceptions that prove that rules and debunk the myths that you have to have a certain body type.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Totally.
no, never too late
No.
or too tall
Not
to
at all.
start skating.
Not at all.
Next question coming in from Atlanahan and Ilian, I think. Is Adelia Petrosian going to compete in the Grand Prix? So referencing the neutral athlete who was at the Olympic Winter Games. Adelia, I believe, was the first on the next on the list as alternates for the Grand Prix series. And so if there are any skaters that pull out of the assignments that they have been given, Adelia would be next on that list. Now, I know that Adelia's had a coaching change quite recently. So
and she hasn't been training at a high level. I think she's back now, but she had not been training for quite a while.
So unclear, and as is the case, perhaps more so in the first season after the Olympics, that is a little bit less clear about who will indisputably take up their Grand Prix assignments. The senior Grand Prix assignments have been assigned already. You can find them out online, but many of us who believe that perhaps it's not quite as crystal clear as it you might think. So next question coming in. Oh my goodness, the cheek of some people. How old are Ted and Mark? Well, Ted Barton is 21.
Hey. Yeah, there you go. in my dreams.
Ted's elder. I am 25. Moving on.
It is just a bit of a cheeky question.
we're here for it. Next question coming in from @Becky Williams. What does it mean when an element box has an X in it? So just to make sense of that for those that don't understand the question, the top left-hand corner of the screen, when the skaters are competing and performing, you will see a little bit of feedback from what happens from their technical score, only their technical score during the performance. And if the X comes up, that means that the element is invalid to the requirements needed for it. So perhaps in the free skate, it's slightly different to the free skate to the short program. But if the skater marks through a jumping pass and doesn't complete the rotation, that's one of the indications. Or perhaps if, as we saw in the pairs short program yesterday, if the death spiral doesn't have a consistent pivot, then that doesn't meet the requirements. The skaters will know more, but doesn't meet the requirements.
And just remember that box up there, all the green means those elements that have a green box underneath them. It's because that is a positive GOE. So more points will be added to the base value so green is good, red is bad. It's like you don't want to run a red light because red mean there are points being reduced or taken away.
Yeah, and perhaps as we look at some of this jumps being delivered in this warm-up, we can discuss what might happen because there's the addition of the yellow line, which you might see in the...
And that yellow line is referencing the fact that the technical panel will be looking at that element to check its rotation or whatever the case may be. They're a little bit suspicious something went wrong. They're going to take a closer look.
And I've just got to acknowledge, as I head to the next question, that we are so fortunate that I have friends that will help keep us right, because in regards to Adelia Petrosian being on the list for the Grand Prix series, recently there have been 4 spots opened up in the Women's Senior Grand Prix because Laurine Shield, the French Olympian, she has elected to take the season out, and Alyssa Liu, recently she elected to take the season out as well. So both of those skaters had 2 assignments. So there's definitely going to be a maneuverability in who will be assigned.
It'll be interesting.
Okay. When Oh gosh.
You
some
got
of
45
these.
seconds.
Do you guys have a favourite song or piece of music that skaters? Oh no, well, well, we've had that. Are Olympic athletes paid?
It's a good question. I know that federations, depending on the placement, if the athletes are placed in the, not every federation, but a number
No.
of federations pay their athletes if they win an Olympic gold or perhaps a silver or a bronze. So that depends on the federations themselves. So there's that. But I thought there was something, I don't know, or maybe that was being recommended.
Well, there was a bit of a debate
Yeah.
recently because the head of the International Olympic
Yes.
Committee had mentioned something about Olympic athletes not being paid, but it was perhaps a quote taken slightly out of context. So some athletes, though, are doing a lot of work on their own right to justify income through their own personal social media and such like. So there's no requirement suggesting that an Olympic athlete cannot get paid, but it's very much athlete dependent, governing body
Or,
dependent.
yeah, a governing body, exactly. Okay.
So we're a third of the way through this women's free skate, the final event of day 2.
Our next skater represents Armenia, Isabella Essian, 15 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season. She was 15th last year in Bangkok Junior Grand Prix, 45th at Junior Worlds. Mark?
And Isabella will skate to the ever popular music Romeo and Juliet. We saw good quality triple lutz in the warm-up, and that will be the first planned element for Isabella. Armenia's Isabella Essayan showing passionate conviction to the finished position as was necessary when skating to Prokofiev's Romeo and Juliet.
And, she's a really good example. She's, relatively tall and very elegant, has beautiful spins and handles some of those jumps lovely. So, as we were referring back to the question on the warm-up. So she did a lovely job, and you can see the eyes focused right off the top of the program.
Intensity to start. This was good.
Yeah, look how fast she's in rotation up into the double toe loop after. So well done. Triple Lutz, double toe. Not quite sure what I did with these replays. There we go. The second triple Lutz. Very fast. Gets all the way around. Looking on the judging. Yeah, it's all good. Nice and clean. Triple loop. A little rough landing. Then she goes around to the double axel. Now this is, a three-jump combination that's not going to have a lot of positive GOEs because it doesn't cover the ice. It's not carrying the flow.
But a great example of a couple of things.
Determination.
Determination, but also the volatility of the sport that we have, because that triple loop was delivered cleanly, and then triple loops that are a salco, which is relatively easy for Isabella, that had a bit of a nightmare outcome.
But you have to fight for everything, even if it's not going perfect, which she did. She fought that around. It wasn't great, but she made it work. She got all three jumps in. Free program score for Isabella, 80.95. That is first in the free program. Competition score, 121.73, as Isabella takes over the lead. Our next skater represents Israel, 13-year-old Elizabeth Belanov. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
One of the youngest in the entire competition, skating to Blackheart.
You know, Mark, it's one of those programs that, is a nightmare for you. But what we have to really appreciate here, we can talk about the falls, we'll see them, we've got on the replays, whatnot, is many skaters, when they start to go down and they feel they don't have control of their body, I don't mean they give up, but they say, listen, I'm not going down anymore. I'm going to just double this and try to get through the program. I know that's over, whatever. She did not do that. She kept on going her planned program content. You have to appreciate that, even though it didn't work out.
So much respect for Elizabeth Balanov. You can see the emotion there, understandable. But two things struck me, that the sadness and the frustration of taking those multiple falls, she must be so physically well trained, because the exhaustion of falling over as many times as she did not prevent her from attacking and maintaining speed. And here, the fact that she continued to go, this was the triple toe, the third triple, the third fall, but she, as you say, Ted, elected to keep pushing and managed to get out this triple salto double toe. Elizabeth Balanov has showcased at 13 years of age a toughness that will serve her very, very well, not just in her skating future, but in her life. And just now, I'm sure her parents, don't know where her parents and family are watching, but I'd be gutted for, the child that you love and adore, but I'd be so respecting
totally.
of the way they've conducted themselves.
I give her a Medal of Honor, really. She just kept on fighting, and that is a great value. She doesn't feel at the moment, but that is a great value that will serve her extremely well in life as she moves on. But, and she doesn't have bad technique. It all works on the takeoff, the rotation. It's just on this night, she didn't have control of angles, and she didn't have a control of the checkout. And, it takes somebody who's done that, you and me.
Oh, my gosh.
To understand.
And I know I could not have done what Elizabeth has done, because I would have popped. I would have taken those falls, and then I know that I wouldn't have had the strength of character to continue fighting and pulling in for the rotation that she did.
I would have fallen and done the teddy bear flip thing that happened a little earlier. I don't know what it roll around or whatever on the ice, but I would have kept trying. 54.52, 11th in the free program. 96.38, that's 9th overall. Elizabeth, you have our admiration. Totally. Keep going like you did in that program. Keep fighting.
Oh, bless her. And the next skater taking to the ice in 22nd place after the short program yesterday, Evelina Stavikaitė, representing Lithuania, skating to another popular piece of music in our sport, Ex Genesis Symphony.
Just let us start over again. This time we'll get it right. It's our last chance to forgive ourselves.
Lithuania's Evelina Stavakaita completing a free skate, and I remember upon seeing Evelina performing now, I remember vividly seeing her last year at this event in Riga 12 months ago and recognizing the quality that she does have, quality showcased yet again, and great to see that on this occasion at least she managed the triple toe and the triple lutz, but later in the program succumbing to some mistakes. But I just really appreciate the elevation that she gets on her jumping.
And the loop and the flip. But then
Yeah.
it started to unravel a little bit, not fully unravel, but it went down to the Lutz and the Salchow. That was a bit frustrating, but she started out well.
Yeah, and some good highlight choreographic pieces. Very well-rounded athlete. Even there, seeing that awareness of body alignment and sending the energy toward the judging panel at the opening of the program.
There's the first triple toe. Good flow on the landing, up into the second one, and that is clean in the system, so that's good. Good start to the program. She felt in control. There's the Lutz. Even though it was on a lean, she managed to keep that hand off the ice, up into the double axel. Let's give it one more go to another one. So she gets that done. And here is the triple loop. Following that was nice.
You can see in each of these jumping passes, Evelina exiting the jumping pass and then straight back into some level of presentation. But here things went awry.
Yeah, that was a hard fall as well. A little bit behind the music now. She's got to race a little bit. She took another fall on a Salchow. But this is ending the program in this choreographic spin right at the end.
Nice position through her back and spine as Ekaterina Nekrasova, her coach and choreographer, joins her in the kiss and cry.
Well, the free program score for Evelina is 87.14. That is first in the free program. Total competition score of 129.75 as Evelina takes over the lead. There is our next skater representing Hong Kong, Chuk Ying Jocelyn Chan, 14 years old. Very first junior Grand Prix event. She was 7th at the Thailand Open this season a little earlier.
Chuk Ying will skate to music from the soundtrack to Aladdin. We see her just walking through the takeoffs that will be the opening 3 triple jumps in this 3.5 minute piece.
Well, that was great. In Jocelyn Chan from Hong Kong. Mark, you have more background on this young woman.
Well, just amazing. The reaction that she has just given will make even more sense when we hear that this is an athlete who was still competing in the advanced novice ranks at the beginning of this month. So when she competed in Jakarta at the Asian Open Trophy, she was an advanced novice skater. Fast forward a few weeks, not just her first international Junior Grand Prix, but major achievement to then compete like that on the Junior Grand Prix in the junior ranks. And now she's delivered a 4 triple program, 2 double axels, and about to smash the 74-point advanced novice free skate score that she achieved a few weeks ago.
You can just see that double fist pump at the end of the program, that wonderful relief and feeling of accomplishment, chasing that clean program, a relatively clean program, and delivering it on the international stage. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. That's really good. She's solid technique. There's the triple Lutz, tidy and tight in the air. Only 4 elements under review. The triple flip here, this was under reviewed for an under rotation, but not a major one. Not too bad at all. And here is a look at the triple Salchow. Even a little bit forward, but gets the job done up into the double toe loop, up into the double axel. Really determined and in control of her position in the air, not letting a little lean get into a big one.
Yeah, and just a confidence and an assurity that isn't in line with the experience that she has had, relatively speaking. And as is often the case, as we've touched on, the skaters, upon receiving their 2 different scores, there can often be a little bit of parity between when their tech score is better with their second mark, the program component scores. And now for Chukding Jocelyn Chan, the triple jumps that were successful have helped to bolster her program components into the mid-5s. That was a fab finish as well.
Yeah, that's great. Look at her. She's just absolutely thrilled, and rightfully so.
And I think important to acknowledge Yan Ho, Brian Chan, coach, choreographer, and I believe training in Hong Kong as well. So even greater celebration to acknowledge this is homegrown talent representing proudly.
Look at that smile. It's just such a natural smile. She's just ear to ear with that. She's going, I can't believe I just did that. It was great.
So
that was great.
At that Asian Open, she had a 74 in the novices. At the Hong Kong Nationals in June, she had a 73.99. So those are the scores she's had recently at competition.
Well, let's take a look at her score right now. 88.53, and she's going, oh my gosh, that is first. The coaches throw to 131.65. Unexpected. I didn't unexpect. I expected that score with that program. Great job. But her reaction, priceless.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Can we have everybody that happy, please?
Yeah, that's fantastic. Our next skater represents Ukraine, Olivia Jaripko. And she's 14 years old, this first Junior Grand Prix event.
And Olivia skating to popular Jennifer Thomas music, the track Illumination, with some big, valuable jumping passes intended early in this program. Ukraine's Olivia Jarebko struggling through the skate, and I hasten to guess some of the potential reasons why she had the challenges. But before we talk about that, got to acknowledge the creativity, originality, and unique movement of that choreographic spin, which was the last element. And I'm delighted to see that it appears the judges have resoundingly gone with that on the grade of execution. In addition, discussing why this athlete may have struggled here, because when we track down some of their prior experiences, Olivia has had very little international experience. Here, the triple lutz, obviously a skater with the goods to potentially compete on the Junior Grand Prix, but for various reasons, I'm sure no advanced novice experience internationally, very little opportunity to test herself under the pressure of competition, and that may in turn be the reason she struggled.
Here she got into that triple toe loop, Euler, double Salchow, so getting her feet back underneath her. And then the triple Salchow later, yes, they're not perfect landings for sure, 2 foot and under rotation, but she's standing up on it. There's the double toe loop, intended to be a triple, with the double in there. We'll take a look at these spins, because you just screamed in my ears when you saw this choreo spin in a minute.
And I mean, this the change foot combo spin coming in at level 4. Great upright variation. I remember it being so good in the short program too. But if we're about to be treated to, that's unique. You know, it's the kind of thing that I'm thinking, are there any seniors watching? Because
well, and the thing, interesting, not complicated, because the leg just goes behind, which has been done in the sit spin, and she just wraps it around. It's like a candy cane type of look to it. So it was very innovative. It's the first time we've seen that. That was great.
I'd enhance the costume with a color down the tights of one leg, and it would look like the candy cane you just described.
There you go.
So Olivia has competed at the Santa Claus Cup and the Ukrainian Nationals, but that's literally it for competitive experience from what we can find online, and that's arguably potentially the least experienced of all the skaters in this group in terms of competitive assignments.
Yeah. 55.31, that is 13th in the free program. Total competition score, 99.25. That'll put her currently at the moment into 11th place. It'd be very interesting to know from her what was the difference in this environment versus what you've competed in before, and did it make you feel different? Those types of things. We know that it does. It takes experience to get through this. Our next skater represents Czechia, 14-year-old Veronika Tobieva.
Veronika had a pretty good short program. She's the final skater in this group, and she will skate the track titled Emily. Czechia's Veronika Tabiova, and a skater that I had lots technically to admire at the opening of the program, but what I'm so intrigued by is that this is a young 15-year-old who's skating to music of a film about Emily Bronte, and the choice in itself is mature, and then the choreography done by Barbara Prokopova, just showcasing again that maturity and intention, and the end of the program particularly noteworthy for anybody to rewatch.
Yeah, I mean, did she make some mistakes? Yes, in this program. Does she have some nice skills and connect with the music? Absolutely. We saw moments of brilliance and moments of connection, and then we saw some mistakes as well. There's an under rotation or downgrade on that triple loop. But she's got some really nice skills. It's triple Salchow. That was a beauty. Up into the double axel. Stays determined. Gets the free leg around. Double toe loop.
A little subtlety at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Over rotation. Landing too far back on the heel and cannot get the free leg back. There's that. What do you call that?
Teddy bear roll?
Yeah. No.
Oh, no. Sorry. What was that? It was
Double knee slide that
sorry.
everybody's using. Yeah. Here's the double axel a little bit later. Right at the end of the program. Nice. And you can see the change of edge, some work. She's not just doing the jump, she's adding some transitions out of it as well.
Yeah.
And you know what we've seen in some of these skaters is this pure determination, not being affected by a mistake. They keep pushing forward no matter what happens. Park the mistake, move to the next one, do the next one. Whatever happens, you can't go back. Keep going forward. And that is encouraging.
Yeah, brilliant job by Veronika and the team, Marketa, Dominika, and for me, Barbara Prokopova, choreographer. I love to find that, the choreographers that are not names that are recognized, but giving work that is unique and intentional. And that performance had some intentional movement, not extroverted or garish, more subtle.
And, as a coach, and having coached for 30 years, I look at a skater like this, I'd like to work with a skater like that. Why? You can see conformity there. You can see a structure that you can really work with. There's, sometimes you see a skater that has odd technique, and for whatever reason, it's going to be a hard one to break.
Yeah.
But not so in this skater. In many of the other skaters, it's all there. They didn't skate well. Different issue. Let's take a look at the free program score. 77.27 for Veronika. That is 6th in the free program with a total competition score 121.59. That'll put it for the moment into 4th place.
And I think I added an age to Veronika. She's 14, not 15. My maths are bad. Apologies, Veronika.
Yeah, you're way out of line on that one.
Way out of line. Sort of.
Yeah. Nice smile at the end. Got some real skill there. Just keep going. As group number 4 take to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up, I can see you taking a look at all the questions and picking the ones that might be easier to land or to answer, pardon me, as we take a look at the start list for this group.
Yes, we find ourselves now at the halfway point of the competition, so thanks to all those that replied to the International Skating Union Instagram story with questions for Ted Barton and myself. The interesting to hear is one of the questions from @Miriam Perks. This is an indication of where people watch things now, because it's obviously somebody on social media asking on Instagram, can we watch this on UK TV and where? It's not on conventional television, but this is broadcast and streamed around the world unless you're in the various respective countries that have bought the streaming rights, and I think that includes Japan, Korea,
Japan, yes, Japan and Korea, Kazakhstan.
Yeah, so UK YouTube, come and listen and join, but you're not going to know that because you're probably watching social media, not listening to us currently.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. Do you think the new choreo spins are good?
Well, we're not seeing brilliant with every skater, but we're seeing moments of brilliance. We said, wow, that's fantastic. So I like the fact that people are exploring space and exploring creativity with the spin. So I think the effort to do something different is good. We'll see at the end of the season whether we saw enough variations, if you will, innovations that made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I've been so delighted at the way so many of the athletes that we've been watching, both in Shan and here in Riga, have embraced the concept of this new mandatory element. So the choreographic spin that all of the single skaters must deliver. And I've seen some phone it in because perhaps their focus has been on other more valuable elements. But we've seen skaters that are not technically competitive, really embraced that concept and challenged themselves. And for me, I think it was Olivia Jarebko, the Ukrainian. She's the one to watch for choreo spin for me, amidst some others too. And just, for context again, just to remind you, for that final element, for the choreo spin, which is often the final element of the programs, look out for elements in relationship to the music. 3 of the bullet points for a better valued score are pertaining to the musicality of it. So that's really important. So that's that. Next question.
Here, quickly, give him another coffee. Let's keep rolling along. Okay.
Do the skaters have to skate a new program every year, or can they use an old one?
Yeah, for sure. You can use last year's program or a program that you've done, earlier on in your career. Absolutely. I mean, you might want to change it up a little bit, or when you grow and you mature and you understand the connection with the music a bit better, it all becomes not new, but it becomes newer than your original version. So sometimes that works, but sometimes it doesn't work. And so, but this is an expensive sport, and to get a program choreographed by a top choreographer, it is not inexpensive. So sometimes you want to keep, if you're into the development years, just keep that program for 2 years, no big deal. But when you get into seniors, and you're going for a world championship, Orcons, Europeans, whatever, the Olympic Games, you're going to need to have probably new material to show your growth as an individual.
Yeah, and I think, me forever always able to play devil's advocate, questions anybody's choice. It can justify anybody's choice. What I would say now, though, because I'm happy to accept people choosing to repeat programs based on their respective reasons, what I would suggest now, because of the changing landscape of skaters supporting themselves, is you want to amass more fans, you want to amass more support, because that potentially creates more opportunities and money-making opportunities beyond their competitive days. I think the fans eagerly anticipate new programs. I think sometimes it can be a little bit disappointing.
I agree, but that's the higher level. I wouldn't say that at this level.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you in the senior level. When you are the face of skating in your country and you have a big fandom base following you around and you're big on social media, absolutely, you need to keep fresh, you need to get creative, you need to keep people engaged with you. But in these development stages here, this stage, I mean, fine, get new programs. I agree with that. But if you can't, it's not going to kill you long run in your program. You're going to have to think, when you get to seniors, I need to keep my material and I need to keep growing, so I need to keep doing different programs. Fair enough. But at this stage, not so sure.
And the next question coming in from @Shazia.
Not to disagree with you, but no.
No, it's good. I think debate's good. Healthy debate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So next one, I don't think we will debate or disagree on this one. How do athletes prevent any risk of costume malfunction?
Don't wear any. don't wear any beads or whatever. I don't know. That's a tough one. A really good seamstress that gives you extra
support.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, like many skaters, I've had experiences at international competition where I've had minor costume malfunctions, but all of these skaters will have likely practiced in their competitive costume to ensure that it is fit for purpose. Some of the athletes, interestingly though, did acknowledge that their costumes hadn't arrived at this early stage in the season, and we've seen perhaps some of the famous popular seniors who are debuting in smaller events now performing in their training gear because the costumes aren't ready. And actually, on the back of that, there are lots of the revered and esteemed costumiers who are so busy that they're struggling to get their material out.
Well, I never had malfunctions with the competitive costumes, except for the fact my mom made them and they were malfunctioned to begin with. But I love you, Mom. But I did have a major costume malfunction in an ice show, which that story will remain silent. Okay, here we go.
Leaving the warm-up.
It's a hilarious story. But anyways.
Come on, audience. Send in your pleas for the Ted Barton costume malfunction story.
No, here we go. Here we go. You're up.
Well, you can hear the sound of the applause to support this next skater. Screams in the Volvo Sports Center for the 13-year-old Mia Kasparovica. She will compete to Yo Soy Maria.
Yo soy María de Buenos Aires. De Buenos Aires, María, no ven quién soy yo. María Tango, María del Arrabal, María Noche, María Pasión Fatal, María del Amor, de Buenos Aires soy yo. Yo soy María de Buenos Aires. Soy la más bruja cantando y amando también. Si el bandoneón me provoca, tierra tata, le muerdo fuerte la boca, tierra tata, con 10 espasmos en flor que yo tengo en mi ser. Buenos Aires soy yo.
Well, taking it all in her stride, Latvia's Mia Kasparovica completing a skate that submarring the final jumping pass was otherwise clean. And we could have the first skater to cross the 100-point marker in the free skate event.
Yeah, and I had looked down on the list here and go, oh my gosh, she's only 13 years old. And I didn't get that at all for the maturity of her performance, the technique, the strength, the flow across. She has really everything. This is a very, very, very good skater. She has a very bright future. We'll see how that unfolds, and we hope she stays healthy, but wow, what she did here today.
And, you know, one could debate that potentially she's here because the host nation of a Junior Grand Prix can enter more participants, but that skate justifies her at this level internationally. Triple flip.
Right up into the triple Lutz. Look how straight that is in the air, how fast and tight. Right up into the double axle. Look at the distance between the Lutz and the axle and the second axle. A lot of them are going around the tight circle. Not her, she's covering more ice. Another triple Lutz, just beautiful. And soft knees, does a little 3-turn, little extension there as well, a little stop on the toe picks, triple loop, straight and tight. Nice.
Yeah, the Lutz's in particular to me, great quality there because there's no debate over the rotation as we see her stepping up into another loop. That one, maybe a little bit more questionable Q mark going on the triple loop there, but generally indisputable rotation. This, the last of the jumping passes, and you can see it was almost caution to make sure that she'd gone picture perfect clean that maybe prevented her from attacking it as she needed.
You could see that timing changed a little bit, and she was hoping so bad, and then she sort of threw her arms up, going, I don't know. But good spin at the end of the program here. Yeah, I mean, she just gets it. We'll see how it all sort of continues to grow and develop, but at this stage, at the age of 13,
well, this is, you know, it's a point. It's now here for Mia. She's done a great job now. Now, pushing components, pushing grades of execution. I'm sure they're considering triple axel and quadruple jumps as well. But a wonderful debut in the Junior Grand Prix. She's got sore feet, I think. She looks at her feet there. But from here, a building block, hopefully a springboard to even greater things.
Let's take a look at the reaction for this score. Free program, 100.30. That is first in the free program. I mean, she's looking at it going, wow, now she's getting into it, right? With a 145.82, and that puts her currently in the first place. That is fun. for her and for us. Great job. Our next skater represents the Republic of South Africa, the 18-year-old Ella Hawks' third junior Grand Prix season. Ella's an accomplished ballet and contemporary dance, greatly contributes to her own work.
And comically, her mum, who's her coach, tried to encourage her way from skating to dance, but Ella loved the feeling of it so much and now continues to proudly represent both her family and her country on the Junior Grand Prix. Ella Hawks has jubilation at the end of her free skate, similar to the joy that she showcased after the short program yesterday. And this, a great opportunity for us to see her own take on her choreography. As you mentioned, Ted, she's an accomplished creative herself and enjoys choreography, not just for herself, but for her mum's other students too.
Well, you can see that she not only does the movement, but she really feels them, because they probably, many of them came from her and what she wanted to do. So it's her creative work. So I think she was lovely.
And I think for me, it's really interesting to see from the top line, as we look back at this triple loop, that top line posturally, Ella's fantastic. This triple loop is a little under-rotated. The extension of the free legs also good, courtesy perhaps of the dance education that she's had. Triple toe. What I would say is that now for Ella to move into seniors, this will be her last junior season, just to get the standing leg to deepen, plie more, so that more flow can happen.
Yeah.
Because now moving forward, we want to see her competing in the senior ranks, and technical element score will need to be increased to do that at ISU championship level. But you know. And the reason I mention that is because Ella Hawks has so much that a bigger skating audience would appreciate and enjoy when you see this creativity of movement and choice of transitional content. But the world won't see more of her from a broader skating fandom perspective unless she has a bigger technical element score to do IC
Yeah, exactly. She's skating right now. She loves it, and you can see the beauty in it. If she wants to be at the top level, where she's got the visibility, if you will, worldwide, and it's going to need a little bit more upping on the technical elements. So she has such a great personality, on and off the ice.
What a brilliant character in the sport.
Yeah, tremendous. Let's take a look at the scores for Ella Hawks from the Republic of South Africa. It's an 86.87. That is fourth in the free program. Total competition score of 133.96, and she's pretty thrilled with that. Our next skater represents Spain, 14-year-old Eloisa Marina Sola. And this is her first junior Grand Prix. Not much international experience. She's coached by John Wicker and choreographed by Evan Mock.
And check out, she can do a meet. See if that makes its way into her choreography. Eloisa Marino Sola finishes her first Junior Grand Prix and our first backflip of the Junior Grand Prix Series 2026. And there's a tremendous amount of bravery showcased there by Eloisa following that painful fall on the second attempt at the triple salto, where she really had a nasty
It was a hard
tumble.
fall. We'll take a look at that, but she gets back up and continues the program and see some of the elements here. Here's the triple salchow on a lean, but she manages to hang on to that landing. Great save. Another skill you need to learn. There's the triple Lutz. Look good in the air.
I think it's a little bit under development based on what's been I saw in the warm-up and in the short program, but it's going to be a great jump when it's more comfortable.
Yeah, nice flying camel, good heel kick feature. And here is the salchow. Watch this. And she's forward, hits the toe pick. Really hard fall. But to get up and get back in that program right away, that is really something. Be shooken up quite easily with a hard fall like that. Comes back down with a double Lutz. She likes the Lutz. You can see she takes off really well. That was a bit of a lean, of course. 2 double axles after. Fighting her way through this program. Here is the backflip.
She's been doing this since she was about 5 years old. So it's been a
really?
Yeah, it's been a fabulous part of her repertoire for a while, and getting some traction online long before her Junior Grand Prix participation because of
There's no way she's doing a backflip at 5 on the ice.
Not on the ice. I don't think on the ice.
Well, clarify that. I'm going. They let her do that? Did you get the helmet on?
But I actually, I'm pretty sure it's years and it's been on the ice for some time for Eloisa. And now, proudly representing Spain. Both her parents are Spanish, but she trains and is brought up in the UK, just relishing the support she gets from the Spanish Federation and the fact that now her grandparents can get to watch her compete.
Nice.
And I know her mum is here, so her mum in the venue yesterday, she's really well supported by the family and friends that encourage her skating career.
Well, she looks like she has fun to skate the program. She's very powerful, no question. Some work to get done. But the basic technique of the jumps are good, especially the Lutz. But still work and experience to be gained. Let's take a look at the score, 75.83. That is 9th in the free program. Competition score, 123.52. That will put her, for the moment, into 5th place. Our next skater represents Italy, 16-year-old Amanda Gesso. Second Junior Grand Prix season. She was 20th at the Junior Worlds last year, Mark.
And our coach and choreographer, Eduardo De Bernardi, said that this program is inspired by The Devil Wears Prada, with a fashion motif throughout, sung by Naomi Campbell, as well with a mix with Madonna and Lady Gaga.
What are you looking at?
Runway. It's not just a magazine. It's a global icon.
routine, bitch, I came to be seen. Yes. Serve a little sass. With a little side of ass. Yes. Got the front row screaming, okay, okay. Pose. I ain't scared of no cameras. Born for the runway. Sashay, pose. I ain't scared of no cameras. Born for the runway. Sashay. Monday through Sunday, I can turn the dance floor into a runway.
Italy's Amanda Ghetto, and what a frustrating skate, because there are a few skaters that have concepts that are unique and novel, and I love the idea that they've been inspired by the Devil Wears Prada film. You know, costuming, concept, music, the whole construction of it lends itself to a really great program, coupled with the fact that Amanda's a skater capable of giving the sass that this requires.
Yeah.
Look at that perfect interpretation and beautiful body alignment, but unfortunately, triple jumps eluded her.
Yeah, and a program like this needs a clean skate, or a pretty clean skate, to recognize and enjoy the attitude to a performance, right? There's just too many mistakes and falls in here. Took a little bit, diluted the performance a little bit, but you could see it. It was there.
It's the kind of all the skates that we've seen, this is the one that's like, oh, can you go back out and do it again, please?
Yeah.
I want to see what this would look like. You know, look at that.
All the little details, and this is coming up onto a big, important jump for her, but she still did that movement, a little under-rotated in the triple flip later in the program because she had some falls, and then she gets back into this. And not easy, because if you're carrying the disappointment of the elements, but then you've got to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be convincing, right? Not easy.
As we look at this from Amanda, I can only imagine the great fun that was had in the choreography process, because she looks like she's enjoying it, even with the mistakes.
And there's a beautiful triple loop up into a double axel. Near the end of the program, now she's back on track, gets the second triple axel, or double axel, pardon me, as well. She wishes. And then the final moves. It is a demanding program.
Yeah, we want them all to do well. We wish every skater could have a clean skate, but Amanda Ghetto, let's see you back on the Junior Grand Prix, hopefully again this season, with a 7 triple free skate, please, and all the sass that would induce, the increased energy that a clean tech score would give you to deliver.
And clearly we think she can do that. I mean, we can see the technique. It didn't all happen today. But a program like this is a lot more energy than a lot of other programs, because, yes, the technical elements, we know that's energy output, but the performance and the precision that's required to perform at that level to this music take more energy as well.
Yeah, they've created something memorable.
Yeah.
That said, the implications of those mistakes on the jumps make it difficult for her to come close to the personal best that she has on the ISU scorecard, where she crossed 100 points in Varese in front of a home audience in the Junior Grand Prix last season. Italy not hosting a Junior Grand Prix this year, so I'm not sure where Amanda will go next, but wish her well.
Yeah, this program will fall far short of that 100-point mark, that's for sure. But she's capable, if she'd skate that program clean, that's there.
Oh, for sure. And Renata, her coach, with her nose, there's not much to say, because the athlete themselves, they know.
There's not much to say at all. 80.39, that is 7th for Amanda in the free program with a 129.23 overall score for the competition. That puts her currently, at the moment, overall into 5th place.
We were meant to pass on a message to this athlete earlier. Elizabeth New from Estonia. We spoke to Nina Petrokina, the European champion, earlier today, who said to send all her love to her soul sister, Elizabeth. So we kind of send that through the screen now as Elizabeth prepares to skate her free skate to the William Joseph track, Piano Fantasy. Estonia's Elizabeth Anu concluding with a fantastic layback catch spin as her choreo spin to conclude the program. And this, a skater, you know, when you have, there are some coaches that just consistently create good quality all-rounded athletes. And Svetlana Varnavskaya, the coach assigned here, the same coach as Nina Petrokina, who we mentioned before this performance, just knows how to teach big jumping passes, good ice coverage, good flow, good glide, just well-trained, well-taught.
Very powerful, very focused, and I think Nina's good well wishes, you know, kind of worked on this night with this skater.
Just the flip, just the shame about the flips.
Yeah, it's too bad. Here's the triple Lutz at the top of the program. That was sweet. Right up into the double ox. You can see her take it across the ice. Euler double flip. Nice opening and jump sequence. And coming right back down the ice in the triple toe loop. again, good extension, good flow on the landings. She starts out the program very well. Double axel is really nice. She uses her arms and free legs right at the same time. Lifts high into the air. Camel spin there. Change of edge, that's a feature. Adding to the levels of difficulty on this spin, and that comes in obviously at a level 4 with a plus GOE. So she's gaining points on the quality and the difficulty. There's the triple Salchow. Nice right on top. So you can see she's in her zone, in control. And this, we didn't get to see the whole thing, I'm sorry. But what tremendous flexibility and strength it requires to do that layback.
And just now for Elizabeth, just as her coach Svetlana, I think, is checking out on the inputs from the technical panel now. Is coming back later in the season, hopefully delivering 2 triple lutzes as well, because when she does jump, the grades of execution based on the quality technique instilled are positive.
Well, 88.07. That is third in the free program with a 138.61. That will put Elizabeth for the moment in second place. There is a look at your top 5 skaters in this event so far. One more to go before the ice resurfacing. There she is. She represents Turkey. 15 years old, Denise Tarim. This is her 3rd Junior Grand Prix season. She is the Turkish Junior Silver medalist.
And Denise explaining that she's chosen this music, the Romeo and Juliet score by Prokofiev, because she wants to showcase more emotional depth this season. She looked good in the warm-up, hoping for a clean skate now. And a delicacy into the finished position for Turkey's Deniz Tarim. And Deniz obviously being really conscientious in her approach, knowing that it is the program component scores which are the aspect of her skating which needs to be developed, and that the motivation to choose this big power piece.
We've seen a lot of development by her since last season. She's a good jumper, no question, good spinner as well, but we've seen some maturity as well. If she continues the path that she's on, at the speed of development that she's on, she's going to make a mark in skating. She's going to be competitive at, top 10 level or whatever, maybe even higher, who knows. But she's also going to inspire a next generation or a new generation of skaters in Turkey. So, nice job. Take a look at the triple flip. She saved that landing, was a little bit off, puts up in the double. She's got an instinct of how to save things.
Yeah, cat-like.
Yeah, she's cat-like. Quick off the ice, into the air, rotation. She holds it. Now, can she lengthen those lines and hold those edges, carry more speed in across the ice and more speed on the landing? Absolutely. Absolutely. She needs to do that if she wants to climb the ladder there. But the basics of all these jumps, triple Lutz, double axel, mechanics are all there.
Yeah, and I think, it's, as we look at this triple cycle, this was so perfect on the music, satisfying better grade of execution because of the timing. But you cannot be competitive in an international women's figure skating competition now without a full set of triples, and that is established.
Yes,
and now
that's already there.
Coach Antonio joining her. If she can find room in her schedule to potentially employ a good ballet coach or
and good skating,
Pilates.
and she can skate, no question. But better skating skills. You have to go up against the Japanese and the Koreans and the Americans and et cetera, et cetera. So you need those skating skills to be at the highest level, and that takes hours each day by itself. Let's take a look at the scores. For Denise, 101.13. It's a good score.
Yes.
That is first in the free program with a total competition of 153.79 as Denise Tarim from Turkey takes over the lead. 2 groups to come. There is your indication of the skill that you have. Nice. Very nice. Okay, Mark, we will have the last ice resurfacing of the day as we take a look at the standings so far, and you have the list of video playbacks. What are we going to see?
We touched base on it earlier on today when we mentioned during Elizabeth New's performance that we spoke with Nina Petrakina earlier today, and now is your chance to listen to the wonderful 2-time European champion from Estonia.
Here we go. Enjoy. We'll be back after this.
So we are delighted on Edge Talk to welcome Nina Petrakina, 2-time and reigning European champion, to Edge Talk. Nina, how are you? How's things?
I'm good. Today is the last day of my trainings, and then I have 2 days rest. I'm very waiting for them because my body is so tired right now because tough period. Because we are preparing for competition season, and already in the next season I will have a control test skate. So yeah,
Well, I'm
good.
sure everybody's delighted to know that you're working hard and excited to see your new material. We on Edge Talk this season just want to know a little bit more about you amazing skaters, and we know how wonderful you are on the ice. Can we just probe a little bit and ask a couple of questions? We see on your ISU biography that you list hobbies including choreography and design and horse riding. Can I ask, Nina, if skating didn't take over your life, what do you think Nina Petrakina would have found herself doing? Where would you have gone? What route?
I think I will never finish with figure skating because it's the job of my life, I think. I think I will do dancing and do choreographing and also horse riding because I love it. Something new, but after then I ride a horse, my new muscles start to hurt and it's
Okay.
not really good for figure skating. So I do it like maybe twice in summer and that's it.
Oh, so the future. At some point, you'll get
Yeah.
time to do
Yeah.
that. I also read, Nina, that at some point you dream of opening an animal shelter. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. I really love animals and I really want to help them because I have some opportunity right now and I will start to put some money to the shelters and help some way. And I always ask my family and my friends, if you want to buy me some flowers, please put this money to the shelter because flowers beautiful, but we can help someone.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. And thank you so much for sharing that, because then maybe those that are fans of yours can contribute to a worthwhile cause too. That's wonderful to hear. Now, Nina, we want to know so much about you. I'm so inspired by what you have gone through, and perhaps some of your fans in the skating community don't necessarily know the route that you've gone to the great successes that we've enjoyed seeing recently. So my understanding is that you had broken bones, and you actually spent a period of 5 months in hospital earlier on in your career. How have these challenges reframed you, not just as a skater, but as a person?
I think now I feel so strong, um, like inside, and I know if something will happen in my life again, I know that I have my family, I have my coach team, who always support me and can always help me to go through all the problems, and I feel so confident in myself. So I think it doesn't matter what will happen in my life, I can go through it. So I just feel strong and unstoppable, like always.
Yeah, so inspiring and so wonderful to hear. And unstoppable is your kind of trademark now. Can we
Yeah.
ask, you've obviously won two European titles and you'd had challenges in between the two. What was more difficult for you, to take your first European title or to defend a European title?
Well, the first one was unexpected for me because I never thought that Estonia can win some titles because we have small country. But now I think different way, and
Hmm.
I think the hardest part was to go through my injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was harder thing, but I think because of that, I thought about my leg. I didn't think about that I need to skate clean and everything. So it helped me some way.
To distract your focus, perhaps. So,
Yeah.
Nina, you have this wonderful tagline of being unstoppable, all of the challenges that you face, and you power through, and you showcase such brilliance. But perhaps for the junior Grand Prix skaters who are competing throughout this series this year, they'd love to know the honesty of some of the challenges that you have. And I know that at the Olympic Games, you acknowledged that despite all that you've gone through, despite being an ISU championship gold medalist, you still get nervous too. So can you just share with us, what's your brain space like in, say, the last minute when you're just before your name is called out and you're going to compete at maybe the Olympic Winter Games or the World Championships? What's happening in Nina's head at that point?
Well, if I feel very nervous, I try to do breathing exercises. So you
Mhm.
breathe, you hold, then you go down, and like in 3 times in a row, and then you can start to feel your muscles, your body, and you concentrate on your feelings, not
Mhm.
in your mind. What are you thinking about? Because sometimes it's not good.
Uh-huh.
uh, so and then I start to skate. I think more about my music. I try to hear it. I try to do all the movements to the music to the maximum, and then if you like you catch this wave, uh,
Mhm.
easier to go to skate because your body know everything. You train a lot, you know how your body can work, and
Mhm.
sometimes your brain is like big problem for you. So I try to put it off, put my brain
Switch
off,
off the
and
brain.
then just hear the music and do all the movements like I need to do.
Well, thank you for sharing that honesty. I'm sure we might now see on the back of that lots of the junior skaters. You'll see them breathing just before they go out. Now, Nina, you've got practice, and everybody that's watching wants to see you skate brilliantly. So I can't hold you back from your practice. But can we just conclude this Edge Talk series with some quick fire questions? So I'm going to throw some quick questions at you. So, Nina Petrikina, what's your favorite jump?
All all jumps.
All the jump. Okay. So that rules out my next question. What was your least favorite jump? Uh, Tell us, what's the most used app on your phone?
Spotify
Good
and
shout.
Instagram.
And then favorite food. Nina's favorite food.
Pasta.
Good shout. And final question: if you could take one quality from any skater, for yourself, what would it be and who is it from?
Start plus.
Pardon?
Start plus. Like then you do on the training everything, and then you go to the competition. You start to be nervous, but some skaters can skate bad on the trainings, but then they go to the competition and do everything clean. That's the point. I always rooting for that.
Yeah, I know those skaters. That's really frustrating. Yeah, I admire them, but I wish I could steal that too. Okay, Nina Petrakina, how wonderful to speak with you. We're also grateful that you joined us for Edge Talk, and we wish you the very best for the rest of the season. Thank you, Nina.
Thank you so much. And I want to say a big good luck to my soulmate, my sister Elizabeth No, who will skate today in her
Oh,
free program.
I will pass that message on to her here in Riga.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And see you.
Bye, bye, bye.
Bye bye.
Welcome back to the second to last group in the Junior Grand Prix in Riga, the second stage of 7 events on the International Skating Union Junior Grand Prix Series. We excitedly anticipate which of the athletes will take home the title in the women's event following the success of Sofia Zebka, who was triumphant last week in Xi'an.
Now, Mark, I know you've had a million questions come into yours. I have had one question come into me, but I love this question. It's
Good.
really awesome. Okay, this is from Olivia Tripp. I'm supposed to say that the
Handle.
Yeah, handle.
Don't worry about
That's
that.
it. I used to have a handle when I drove a truck. Okay. Which country do you think has developed the most since you have started broadcasting the Junior Grand Prix, which is about 14 years ago? Is there one skater that has really taken up the challenge of inspiring their fellow home country skaters? Well, that's one difficult one to answer in regards to the individual skater because I'm not there in that country. But since we've been doing this, I mean, there was, virtually you would never see a skater from Turkey. Or very few skaters from Estonia, from Latvia, from Lithuania. If you did, they were generally down in the bottom, the bottom of the pack. And that's not true now. You have any skater coming from any country can compete or can challenge for the top 5 or the top 10 on the Junior Grand Prix and then move on to the seniors extremely well. Nina Petrokina is a perfect example, right? So we have seen such incredible growth. And I remember I did a JGP, I think temporary JGP .ca or .com or whatever it was, and I said, please send me where you're watching. I'm really interested to know who around the world. We had people from Baghdad and from Cairo and from Tehran and from countries in South Africa, South America, and Brazil, and the Amazon, all over the place, sending pictures of where they're watching the Junior Grand Prix. I was overwhelmed because the internet allowed people to discover. And when they discovered a sport they had never seen, or they said, well, that is just beautiful, that's really cool, they became attached to it. So there have been, and then now we have rinks in Chile and Venezuela and in Colombia and in Mexico, all over the world, new rinks are being built. In the UAE, as we went to the Junior Grand Prix there. So we never were there before. So the growth of the sport, I'm not giving all the credit to Junior Grand Prix for sure, but somehow because people got to see it, things started to happen. And so that is been part of the Junior Grand Prix, and I think a big part, because television doesn't cover the world.
No.
The internet and the Junior Grand Prix covers the globe.
True.
So anyways, that is an answer to that question. There's a number of athletes that we have seen that skated in the juniors that are now judges or coaches or whatever the case may be. So certainly they've inspired their federations through, breaking the barrier and going on the Junior Grand Prix as an international skater, maybe coming in the last 2 or 3. But there's a number of people that have greatly impacted the development of the sport in their country. Okay, I'm stopping that.
Well, your point is proven in this final 2 flights in the junior women's free skate, because 12 skaters will compete now from this point onward from 10 different skating nations.
There you go.
And there, Kira Baranovska will arguably be the most popular, given the fact that she, alongside Natasha Jamarlecka, represent the home nation. 2 Latvians within the top 10.
And, I will use an analogy in a different sport. Canada is a hockey country, and it was a figure skating country, and it's a cold country. I mean, soccer, as you all know it, is football, never really existed. It played, there might be a couple kids on the field or whatever, not. Now, our country was in the World Cup. We got down to the final 16 because it was introduced, because people began to follow it, because they fell in love with it. It changed our culture to a large degree. Skating can do the same thing, is doing the same thing around the world.
Well, and I wonder, I don't know soccer, I don't know anything outside of figure skating.
I know you don't.
But you wonder whether or not the names of Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo,
Good boy.
if because they have become cultural commonplace names, if that has been some of the way in which these sports have become accepted in nations that didn't previously adopt them.
Well, it is a perfect example of when people are covered, not the sport, but the person that is covered, who happens to be in that sport. You look at the Blade Angels from America. I mean, they not only they're good skaters, but they have done something very special for our sport.
And that leads us to an interesting development that has taken place over the course of the past 24 hours, because Olympic figure skating champion Alyssa Liu has partnered with the United Nations Women's Instagram, and they're collaborating together, and she has a very important, valid message about women in sport. And leads me to a point that I get quite passionate about because I
Here we go.
I know I'm not one for online hate and online trolling, and it really frustrates me. And I see sometimes there's a particular backlash to Alyssa Liu from a certain small section of the fandom who lament the fact that her scores en route to winning her Olympic title are lower than that of many that have come in previous Olympic cycles for multiple Olympic cycles. And granted, I can accept all day long that, you know, there are different strengths to different athletes, and there are some that have come before that are more notable for their skating prowess, and there are some that will come after, for sure, that have more notable skating prowess. But what I think I am, you know, eager to acknowledge, as the world has outside of our skating community, is that what Alyssa Liu has done for skating in popularizing the sport and popularizing some really good human aspects is something that we are all very grateful for, because she put figure skating more on the map.
Yeah, Alyssa Liu was the Olympic champion both on the ice and off the ice. And off the ice because of her personality and her story and her ability to tell it. On the ice because she was the best that night, period.
And now,
So some people are Olympic champions on the ice, but not off the ice.
and if the United Nations is acknowledging it, that speaks volumes.
Okay, there you go. Here we go. Oh my gosh, we're tired. We think we had some caffeine or something like that. Okay, back to our business here, the juniors, the next generation of seniors. And we can see, you know, all the care from the coach right there as her skater takes to the ice. Representing Korea, Arin Yang, 15 years old, second junior Grand Prix event, competing back in 2024 in Ostrava, placing 13th.
And had it not been for a triple Lutz mistake, Hannah, I'm sure, would have found herself much higher after the short program, hoping to accelerate up the standings now. from Korea, Haran Jang. And sadly for Haran Jang, the skate in the free skate here in Riga echoes and mirrors a little the disappointment that she had endured in this short program. And she obviously a skater that has to be of incredible quality to be able to make a Korean team at a Junior Grand Prix. It's 2 years since she last competed on this stage, and perhaps the desire to showcase all the work that she's done in those 2 years was just too overwhelming. Not the reason that her triple loops was nowhere near the timing and comfort that she's used to having.
Yeah, it's such a shame because there's nothing missing in this skater except for on this night. And, you know, she was not centered and on a lean. You could see you on that double axel there, fighting for that second double axel. It was a struggle, but the skater is so well taught, so well trained. But on this night, maybe the pressure, for whatever the reason is, it's not because she wasn't taught well, and it's not because she's not a good skater, because she's really good.
Yeah, and you know, seeing Hyung Kyung Choi, the coach, you know, kind of comically pat her on the cheeks, to, you could almost sense that the coach is mindful and aware that this is a skater that needs to keep mentally focused and stay, you know, in the zone. But well, we have to thank, you know, some of the athletes that competed at the Olympic Winter Games that were, you know, examples that difficult performances can happen to the greatest of skaters.
Absolutely. And we witnessed that. And that was a shocking moment for those skaters that just didn't materialize at the biggest moment of their life at the time. But it was also lessons learned for everyone that watched and for them as well. Let's take a look at the scores. 89.74. Now that is third in the free program for Haran. And it's a 145.75. That will put her currently into third place. But there are 11 skaters to come. There's a look at your top 5 leaders so far in this event. Our next skater represents Slovakia, 17-year-old Olivia Vengeladova. Second Junior Grand Prix season.
And Olivia finds herself outside of the top 10 after the short program by less than half of a point, hoping to climb into the top 10. She skates to music from the Game of Thrones.
High in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts, the ones she had lost and the ones she had found, the ones who had loved her the most.
Slovakia's Olivia Lenilova makes her campaign to push into the top 10 at a Junior Grand Prix, and she makes it pretty convincingly. And Ted, I love fully rotated jumps. I love jumps whereby there's no debate or question mark over the rotation done in the air. And the triple lutz, triple toe, and in fact, the first 3 jumping passes just offered me that peace of mind.
This skater's we've always known she's good, but tonight she really showed it. She was solid. She was, not doubting herself at all. She was in control, covered the ice, great jump technique, good flow in the landings, and she had a connection to, a good connection to the music, good spins as well. So this was a good night for this young woman. Let's take a look at some of the elements, see what their score is going to be. It's going to be a really good score. Here's the triple lutz. Look at the speed going in and out into the triple toe loop. Beautiful. That first element, 11.20 points on that element alone. There's a beautiful back camel spin, layover, difficult. And look at this spin down on the knees. This is the choreographic spin, 4th element in the program. There's the triple flip, great speed in again, out, Euler, triple Salchow, hanging on. She said, I'm not giving up, doing this double axel. That was amazing. And triple lutz later in the program, gets a free leg back in time, rides the edge. And a nice fast spin. Nicely centered as well. Really good program, Mark.
Fantastic. And Olivia, I think, is scheduled to compete in Bangkok next week.
Really?
It's a difficult challenge to then compete in back-to-back assignments. But then, for Olivia, there's not going to be opportunity, much time to train. So it will be mentally now, what can she do to showcase to the judges more on this skate, which was already a really good improvement this season.
Yeah, exactly.
Her ISU personal best from Italy last year's 107.95, but we haven't mentioned this week that the skaters are it's more difficult to top your ISU personal best this season because of the changes in the criteria. So,
well, I know she's proud of her skate. I hope she's happy with the score. It's a 113.97, and she looks happy. There we go. That is first in the free program with a 170.24 total competition score. Wow. And that smile continues to grow in the kiss and cry. Great job. Really, really wonderful. Our next skater represents
Latvia, Natasha Jermolitska. Same coaching staff as Olivia Lenilova, who leads the field. Training mates competing back-to-back. How will Natasha fare as she skates to Survivor?
Well, you could hear the roar of the crowd for Nastasia Jumelichka from Latvia, 15 years old. That was a solid skate.
And
2 back-to-back.
2 back-to-back. And as I mentioned, same coaching staff, very similar plan to program content as well between Olivia and Natasha. And what a moment really for Natasha to skate and compete here so cleanly and so well in front of a home crowd. And I think particularly impressive given that it is in back-to-back assignments.
Yeah, she was in the zone, just like Olivia, skater before. Take a look at that speed through the air, on the landing, soft knees, up into the triple toe loop. Everything was under control. Triple loop, speed off the edge, carries across the air,
and
onto the landing.
Just like Olivia before, as we look now at this loose, no question mark on rotation, so we're getting to enjoy landed jumps with full rotation, and we don't have to question and quiz and query. It's completely clean, and there were only 2 reviews. One of those was on a spin. And that's what's going to elevate and keep the score buoyant for the athlete.
And it's a perfect example. If you skate clean like that, the technical panel is not questioning, digging in, and looking at something they may not have seen.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, that was a great job.
Sergei Rozanov gets to sit down after back-to-back performances.
His other student has a 113.61.
Olivia, I think, has better skating skills,
Yeah.
presentation, and composition. And indeed, Sergei had mentioned that the work with this new collaboration with Natasha, they're still very mindful of the need to develop these skating skills. And that can be challenging when a new coach delivers a different kind of technique. It
takes time.
Yes.
It does take time. You have to have patience. But you're in the middle of the season. You want it right now. Let's take a look at the scores. For Natasha, a 110.23. That is the season's best. That is second in the free program with a 166.87 total competition score. And that puts her for the moment in the second place. She's a little shy on that smile, but she is very proud of the skate and this score. And so you should be. Congratulations.
I think she's got a coach who's used to big scores who's nonplussed, but she internally is jumping up and down.
Totally. Our next skater represents Germany, 15-year-old Anna Gurke.
Anna now wanting to keep the big scores of the Slovakian and Latvian skaters who have preceded her at bay. She has had some big score here last year of 111. She's skating to the Gladiator. Germany's Anna Gerka completes a free skate that started well, ended pretty well, but a dip in the middle. And really for Anna to maintain a top 10 place, she needed to skate cleanly given what we have seen thus far from those before her.
You know, in some ways, it's interesting. Her landing leg is a blessing because she can bend the knee and save the landings. But it's also a problem because if you do that, it looks like you're having to save the landing where sometimes you don't have to. So it might lessen the quality, if you will, the GOE. And she had a couple jumps that were just really nice. She didn't have to bend too low. Let's take a look at some of these elements. There's the triple Lutz. Low in that landing, body's 4, but still holds the edge really nicely. Great jump, no problem. And here's the triple flip. Low, low again. So it looks like you're having to save and struggling with that landing. Double axel, body a little bit forward. It's okay, that was pretty good. And here's the triple loop. A little bit better. Euler into the triple sow. Really low again and has to take the fall. So overall, when you see the jumps all in a looking to be a struggle, that was a little bit better except for the last jump. The whole program has this struggling type of pace.
And we can see actually because of the nature of the clips that we've got here, we see obviously just the jumping passes, but we see quite a lot of telegraphing before, and that breaks up the composition component as well because the judges are evaluating the program as a whole, and when the 6 jumping passes take up a lot out of the gladiator concept and theme, they can't really reward on the second mark as readily.
Now, a really good skater, and I don't mean that in any sort of critical way. It's more analytical. So how can she improve the flow and the stability of those landings like a gymnast sticking a vault? Is what you need to do. Firm that up a little bit, and it's going to help you a lot. Anna Gerka, the scores, 96.39. Is 5th in the free program with a 153.80 total competition score. She is, for the moment, in 3rd place. There is a look at your leaderboard, your top 5 skaters so far in this event. And we have 7 more to come. Our next skater, 16-year-old Kira Baranovska from Latvia. This is her 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, Mark.
A stellar short program for Kira. She had nearly a positive grade of execution from all of the 63 inputs from the judges in the short program. How we hope now that she can replicate that success in her free skate. She performs to La Legend de Monte Cristo.
J'ai tracé nos rêves sur le sable, sur une plage abandonnée. Si les vagues les ont effacés, je savais que tu m'attendais. Aujourd'hui tout devient réel, nos vies sont prêtes à s'enlacer. Sur la pointe des pieds, je peux toucher le ciel. Et je nous revois sur les rochers, où l'on passait des heures ensemble. Le cœur au vent, rien ne pressait. Ces moments, je veux les reprendre. Le soleil danse sur nos promesses. Le jour se lève comme une tendresse. On aura le monde à nos pieds. Tout cet éclat de nous, cet éclat de toi, j'en ferai de l'amour, de l'éclat de nous. J'en ferai de l'amour, de l'éclat de
Voyeuse en mon expérience, j'ai une fortune immense. Expert de la finance, entré dans la danse. J'ai gravi des montagnes d'or et d'argent. Voulez-vous en faire autant? Plongez avec moi dans un océan fait de perles et de diamants. Sautez avec moi, c'est le moment. Les billets par milliers volent au vent. Allez, misette, à en perdre la tête. La richesse est maintenant. Rejoignez la fête. Sur mon grand échiquier, vous serez le roi. Laissez-vous aller au son de ma voix.
Je veux être un clan, je veux être folle sans être condamnée. Tu peux être une ombre ou bien un géant. Tu peux être génial, simplement normal. Tout ça en même temps. Tout ça en même temps. Je veux être moi, aimer qui je veux. Les hommes ou les femmes, les femmes ou les hommes et les femmes. Ça aussi tu peux. On cherche partout comment brillent les yeux. Et même, et moi, le cœur ne choisit pas quand il tombe amoureux. La passion est sourde, je l'ai vue dans les yeux. Une dernière mort si on peut les deux.
Latvia's Kira Baranovska, a regular on the Junior Grand Prix circuit, but this the first time that she's performing at a Junior Grand Prix in front of a home crowd, and the noise of the arena showcasing the popularity that she has in this venue, but the intended big value combination, or the sequence that she was hoping for, which was to be a triple Lutz or the triple Salchow, the mistake there seemed to invade her brain space and derail her, and then thereafter she started to try and change the planned program content and to struggle to stay in the zone for the technical elements, unfortunately, after what was a glorious short program.
Yeah, and it's difficult to duplicate something that happened a day ago. You know, you kind of have to start new. I mean, you're happy that you think you got it, but it's a new day. You have to recapture that somehow. Easy to say.
Yeah.
Very difficult to do. You can see it on a lean, too far forward. She has to put the hands down. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I was just going to say, as we look at this next flip, much like Olivia and Natasha, Kira, what I've always loved about watching Kira skate is that she too has jumps that are clean. There's no small, spinny little jumping passes.
No.
This young skater's got strength and solidity in the takeoffs, which facilitates the good rotation. Just sometimes there is a debate for bigger jumping passes are more of a risk in maintaining flow throughout the jump, because the elevation kind of kills the landing on occasion.
It's really the momentum and finding the arc, the height that you want, and the timing in the air, and keeping, because if you can jump with momentum, you'll use less energy throughout the program and have more to perform. It's when you're falling, you mentioned this a little earlier, when you're falling, the extra energy you have to get up and chase the music, and then fall and get up and chase the music, it is exhausting. You're like doing two programs in one, right? So if you can be efficient and keep yourself in the zone and use that momentum in and out of the element, it makes the program much easier physically. Take a look at the scores. For Kira, a 94.12, that is 6 in the free program. Competition score of 153.23, that'll put her overall for the moment into 5th place. Our next skater represents Hungary, 17-year-old Paulina Zumaniszova, a beautiful skater who has had trouble delivering all she can do in competition. We've seen moments of brilliance. We hope we see that here now. She'll skate to Samson and Delilah. Say something.
I believe that's the program that Paulina used last season as well, hoping to double up with clean skates in Riga. Hungary's Polina Zumaniazova showcasing a program that if you were to base her score in the first 2 jumping passes, maybe the first 45 seconds, you would have comfortably predicted that this could have led the field, because Polina has the same glorious elevation in her jumps as the leaders, and she delivers with quality skating skills and perhaps even more refinement than Olivia Lenilova, who's currently in first place, but unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know, I
Run out of
question.
gas.
I don't know if it was a technical mistake or fatigue, because after the first mistake, she got really fatigued after that. We talked about how much energy it takes to get up off the ice and chase the music and get back into it, and then she had a number of mistakes after that. So it's early in the season. Maybe there haven't been that many run-throughs. I don't know. She just ran out of gas. But you're right. If she would have continued on like she started the program, we'll watch right now. I mean, this would have been very, very strong.
Because this has everything the second mark would want to see. That is everything the judges want to see for a +2 or maybe even +3 quality creative execution on the jump.
And there's the triple Lutz. Look at the height on that. Just incredible. Here's that up into the triple toe loop. And that goes into triple Lutz, and the triple toe is on the quarter. Still pretty impressive. And then here is the triple loop. That was a beauty as well, up into the double axel. Sequence, and that was all clear and clean.
You can just see the energy there now starting to work and operate a little bit slower.
Yeah, not as quick on the way up or on the way out. Had the same speed going down the ice. That was good. Triple flip outside the circle, and she's tired now, understandably.
Very understandably.
And she's a beautiful skater. I would just love to see a whole cleaned free program, because look at the body line and the speed. It's powerful. I love that Samson and Delilah piece. And it had the energy, and then it got diluted.
So easy for us to sit here and commentate upon the athlete, but it just really interests me to consider if everybody was to skate cleanly. I'd love to predict scores, because Polina's personal best is 109, but I think she's capable of easily adding 10 to that with a clean skate based on the potential vocabulary of movement that she has.
Yeah, it's one of those skaters I really, really like, and I would really love to see her discover what she's capable of doing with clean programs, and then see where does that stand. 92.98 for Polina. That's 7th in the free program with a 154.18 total competition score. That'll put her in 3rd with 6 skaters to come. She's pretty disappointed with that. She had a good start, and then she lost control. You're really, really a very, very good skater. Just find your way. There is a way. As we take a look at the next group, take you to the ice for the 6-minute warm-up. And there is a look at the start order for final group.
And now things get incredibly exciting as we consider what will take place with Mei Okada leading the field, the reigning champion. Can she defend the Junior Grand Prix title? I need to do a little quick stat check and see how many skaters have defended the specific Junior Grand Prix. Many of the skaters attending different locations for their subsequent Junior Grand Prix assignments.
You are like a calculator, a skating geek. I mean,
for sure, for sure.
And you're proud of it.
So
and
proud
thank God, because you bring a lot of great information to the broadcast. That's for sure.
So a couple of other questions have come in as we watch Valeria Ejova, the Swiss skater, in 6th place after the short program. And it comes from @SenIsSational. Great Instagram handle. Tips for guessing spin levels in real time, like how to tell if a spin is base, level 1, 2, 3, or 4 in real time. And I suppose this is where it's hard to articulate without sounding overcomplicated, as we see now Kei Yamada. So I could read the criteria of the page.
Try to simplify it.
If you can see what we call difficult variations. So the spin positions come in either camel spin positions, which most, I'm sure, watching will know what that is. That is where the leg is parallel to the ice. The free leg is parallel to the ice. And there are different difficult variations of that position. Then there are sit spin variations, which is fairly easy to understand when the skater is sitting or squatting closer to the ice. And then there are different difficult variations within that frame of network of movement. And then there are upright variations where we can see the likes of the Bielman when the leg is high to the back, or
And
the
those
position where the leg is high to the front.
variations are usually leg or arm or upper body twisting, grabbing the leg, bending the leg, or bending. There's a variety of different things. If you just see one position staying the same all the time without a change of position, you won't be seeing someone trying a feature. If they're able to accomplish the criteria of that feature, that's going to give them another level. And another level is going to increase their score. So there are a whole variety, a list of things which you're about to read, are you?
Well, if anybody wants to delve a little bit deeper and to find out exactly what the criteria is for the levels of the spin, then the ISU communication number 2788, and on that there are 15 different types of things which can help you to understand how the skaters achieve a level 4. What is different this year, though, as we watch the wondrous Hannah Bath, the World Junior silver medalist, is that there's now a choreographic spin that is required for all of the skaters, and that is given a fixed base value, and that is now all about, well, largely about the musicality of that element. So we cannot give you an understanding of that one until we see it with the music. Great to see there the little Wally into the triple toe as the skaters work through their different perspectives on how to prepare for the program. So some athletes simply running through the elements in order, some of them using techniques and training tools.
Well, these 6 minutes is generally choreographed, and not to entertain people, but they know how many repetitions they're going to try. If I'm missing it a number of times, there'll probably be a limit of 1 or 2 or 3 tries, and move on to something else. So they have clearly a strict, probably pattern in which they have trained with their coach at home before they come to the competition.
And again, so interesting to see how the different skaters approach this 6 minutes. For those that are newer to the sport, it's important to acknowledge that this 6 minutes is not judged. There is nothing that happens in this that should affect the judges' opinions, but it can have such a huge impact upon the mental preparation. We see Hannah Bath just in the back of shot bailing out on the triple axel. That's what has helped her to such history-breaking success for Australian skating. Hopefully we'll be able to see her wondrous triple axel that she's used well at Japanese domestic events, as we see Yihan Wang comfortable with her triple loops.
Yeah, and I think I just want to correct one word. You said shouldn't. It does not. This warm-up does not impact the judges whatsoever. They simply judge what they see in that event. All those scores are recorded and aligned with what happened in the program and not in the warm-up. So
well, and if there is any suspect judging, then there are people here that are listening in, and that will be picked up on. So
that's correct.
There are people brought over to this venue to listen in on the headset and to review the inputs from the judges, and the referee should acknowledge. So if the judges do deviate out of a corridor of score, oh hello.
There you go.
If the judges do deviate, then that will be flagged and acknowledged in the system. Now, there are occasions when I would dare to say that some of the judges, it would be great if they did deviate in their component scores. The skaters are all awarded scores with the skating skills and then their composition and presentation, and sometimes some skaters, well, don't always get the recognition that they deserve for some of their choreographic pursuits.
That aspect was a little bit more subjective.
Indeed.
For sure, yeah.
Maybe I'm just more passionate about what I think on that score.
You can see some of the skaters a little tight on this warm-up, and it's very interesting. If you can only do this live. You can only watch who we have on the screen right now. But if you're live in the building, you can watch the whole thing unfold in front of you. You can see who's having a struggle and who's having a good warm-up. Now, it doesn't mean anything until you go on the ice, but it's quite shocking sometimes. You say, oh, that person's in trouble. They are really in trouble. They don't land a thing. They come out and land everything, right? So generally in seniors that can happen. They're able to turn themselves around pretty quick with the help of their coach. Juniors, it's a little bit more complicated.
And the coaches are here all week. This is the time when they're most valuable, potentially, as we prepare to see Valeria Ejova, who's got a wonderful story to her free program. This a skater who moved to Switzerland 2.5 years ago because of her parents' work, and she had a huge life change. Couldn't speak French, was in a new school, no friends, and the first 3 months of her time there, she said, were the hardest of her life. And that has paved the way for the choice of the music for her free skate, skating to music from the Outlander series, correlating with the story of the female lead in the series, Claire, who she herself found herself in a similar position. Great story, and hopefully great skating to come for Valeria Ejova. Switzerland's Valeria Ejova, and one mistake, as you mentioned, Ted, but I think we have been perhaps spoiled a little with some of the performances that we've seen already, such that one mistake stands out against some of the clean performances that we have seen thus far. But nevertheless, Valeria hitting some beautiful line and that flying camel spin, the camel variation that she hit at the end was
her acceleration
wondrous.
Throughout this whole program, it doesn't feel like she was having to work too hard. She kept that momentum, and the acceleration kept moving forward. So she kept the speed and the flow throughout the program. Really wonderful jump technique and good spin technique as well, and elegant. So, I mean, this is a very talented young skater. As we said, just made one mistake. Look at that triple loop across the ice, triple toe loop. Great start to that program. Firm and conviction in her movement and choreography. Triple salka. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, I was just going to say that upon reflection, reviewing this, Valeria did have a conviction a fingertip conviction. There was an elongated extension and sharpness that perhaps we didn't see from some of the others. Here we see the choreo spin positioned earlier in the program than most did. As we look back at the sequence, triple lutz and 2 double axels.
And the one mistake she made, I think, is right here, back on the heel. Just did not get the elevation to get around enough time to get the free leg back. But she comes right back down the ice with the triple lutz. So this was a very focused young woman. A beautiful program, a beautiful skater. One mistake, we'll see what the score will be. 106.54 is what she needs to take the lead.
She has quite a comfortable margin above Langilova after the short program.
I think she's going to be okay on this lead change, but there are more good skaters yet to come. Let's take a look. The score is 114.54. That is first in the free program for Valeria. Competition score of 178.25. That'll put her in the lead with 5 skaters to come.
And we'll see Valeria again in Batumi as she returns to the Junior Grand Prix in a couple of weeks' time. A fascinating story we found out about this skater, Kei Yamada. Her mother is a 4-time Olympian in short track skating from 1992, 98, 2002 and 2006, and her mum wanted her to do short track skating, but Kei Yamada wanted to skate with a more beautiful dress on, and that is definitely evident here. She skates to The Drowned Girl by Jan Tiersen.
Well, Mark, that is a moment this young woman will not forget in her life. That just skated like an angel, surrounded by angels. That was beautiful.
And I think what makes it all the more poignant is the fact that, as we mentioned in the short program, this is an athlete who has been competing in the Japanese junior ranks since 2021 and hasn't made a Junior Grand Prix assignment. And it's rare to see a Japanese skater debuting internationally at 17 years of age. And so, she waited so long for this moment. Perhaps even the pressure further bolstered by the information we discovered yesterday that she's got an Olympian as a mother as well, and yet this is her moment to shine, and she has shone resplendently. And some skaters, some viewers don't like to see reactions mid-performance of joy.
Yeah, it was great though.
I'm there for it, and there for this too.
And she's probably going to get off the ice and say to her mom, okay, the sparkly dress and
was
figure
justified.
skating was the right choice. It's what I did. As we take a look at some of the elements, she just could not make a wrong step. Everything was just perfectly in line. Look at the lift up into the jump, the triple flip, triple toe loop. There is 3 elements under review, 2 of them by spins, but look at that. I mean, the air time is just beautiful.
And also, I dare say this may be personal preference rather than something that would be tangibly rewarded by the judges, but she did have a sense of authenticity that maybe comes with her slightly older age and maturity, because the movement from the very start, as we look at these 2 double axels, was authentic.
I would suggest her opportunity at this moment, the maturity to take the moment, and control it, and she did. And this is something she'll never forget.
I really, really enjoyed it. Kei Yamada from Japan, thank you.
And what a great story, as you said. I mean, you've never seen a Japanese skater, starting her first Junior Grand Prix at the age of 17.
And when you're fist pumping and shaking your hands in delight when you've landed the last triple salto, we keep talking about the acknowledgement of celebrating these people as humans and seeing a little insight into their characters. That little split second of celebration mid-performance was an insight into her character and was the highlight for me.
I think she's going to like the score. And here it is, 125.55. She is completely shocked with that score. Of course, first with a 191.44 total competition score. She clearly takes the lead. She's going to threaten for the podium, most certainly, with that score. Wow. What a great moment. 4 skaters to come. Really good ones.
And so from a 17-year-old to one of the youngest in the competition, just off the podium places after their short program, an exciting young talent from the United States of America, Skylar Latva-Pogero, skating to the popular track Pilgrims on a long journey for her free skate.
And we're getting treated to some just wonderful skating, Mark.
Yes, Skylar Lauto Peguero from the United States of America. That's the reaction that others have had to that performance, and any pressure that she may have felt from what has taken place by Kei Yamada before her. She absolutely, as the silver medalist from the pairs event applaud, she ran with.
She did not feel pressure. She felt anticipation and she felt desire, like she wanted to compete. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I did think she was measured and methodical and conscientious through the jumping passes. And then when they were done, the ninth of the elements, the choreo sequence, you got a little insight into what's making this a special star of the future, because she released a little bit of joie de vivre.
I agree, but in the practice session, she also had about the same speed in the elements. I think that's where they're at this moment. She's not a huge jumper yet, but she's got so many wonderful qualities, particularly at the age of 13, the maturity of her movement.
Well, she's already been through quite a lot in a way, because she was a second at junior nationals in the States 2 years ago, then didn't make nationals last year. So she's had disappointments at the tender age of 13 to kind of help her to cope with this big stage. And now finally age eligible, because prior to that she couldn't compete at this international because she hadn't reached the age of 13. Just box ticking off the triple jumps. As you see, it astounds me how she elevates and rotates a triple loop with such little back outside edge. It's just such spring and pop.
And it looked like she had only one element to under review. That's pretty clean.
And she worked with Benoit Richaud on the choreography of this, and Benoit was explaining that they were just working hard, not necessarily just at the choreography, but making the cleaner movement, making more intentional movement, and that will have helped to enhance the program component scores, which will be certainly competitive as well, as we see what was the highlight, this outside edge in a Bielmann spin position. Mad skills.
Oh, what a great ending. Yeah, just beautiful. Wow. Mom and daughter, the kiss and cry.
Yeah, alongside Larissa Selezneva.
Let's take a look at the score. She would need a 124.44 to take the lead. She may fall short of that with this program, but it'll still be a good score. It is a 120.55. That is second in the free program. Total competition score of 187.56, and that puts her currently into second place.
But what's even more interesting is that at 13 years of age, she's just been sensational, but she wanted to see number one, I think, at the side.
Oh, yeah.
She's a definite star of the future.
She's a competitor. 3 skaters to come. Will she end up on the podium? We'll find out.
And now we head into medal contention after the short program. Yihan Wang hoping to replicate the success for Chinese women's skating as we saw in her home nation last week in Shan at the first stage of the Junior Grand Prix. A beautifully elegant and classy skater skating to music appropriate of that refinement. Tchaikovsky's The Nutcracker. Well, yet again, another stellar performance, this time from Yihan Wang from China. And when we are treated to back-to-back consecutive great skates as the pair skaters from her nation proudly wave their flag in support of Yihan, we have to look into the nitty-gritty.
Yes.
It's fascinating. I'm impressed to see the judges have really rewarded the skating skills, really recognizing the quality that Yihan Wang possesses. It was a brilliant performance. One negative GOE, I would think, on the sequence, the triple lutz and the two double axels. Here, the triple flip, triple toe was good. For me, from a components perspective, the first two components were not as strong as that of the top two at this stage.
Yeah, I think the choreography is good, the program is good, her jumping is excellent. There's so many excellent aspects. Perhaps the emotional connection was not as high as some of the other skaters on this night.
That would factor into the presentation component as we see that short landing position on the second double axel. But there, great running edge on the triple lutz.
The technique is just effortless. There's the triple salchow, nice and patient on the takeoff. Good flow on the landing, right up into this last spin, the choreographic spin right at the end of the program. Really, you can't fault anything technically.
Yeah, really clean, well-packaged athlete. Great job by all concerned and all involved.
Well, she's going to need a 122.84 to take the lead. That certainly is possible. I mean, all these skaters are so good. Very little between.
And important to acknowledge that in this field, how many clean skates we're having at the second stage of the Junior Grand Prix. We're still in August. You know, we're still early on in the season that for many, and hopefully, well, maybe not many of them, but some of these athletes will be continuing with this material right up until March next year. And they have readied themselves alongside their teams to be able to deliver clean skates at this point in the season.
They're certainly putting the pressure on the last two skaters yet to come. Let's take a look at the scores. 126.42, that is first in the free program, not of approval. And then 195.03 as Yihan Wang from China takes over the lead. Two skaters to come.
Well, I think it's significant to hear the reaction. This is the loudest reaction that we have heard in this venue. And when the skater hails from Australia, it's not because there are an abundant number of their friends and family that have travelled here to support. It's because of the popularity of Hannah Bath. And popular in large part because of the amazing technical feats she has. The triple axel has been a joy to behold over the past couple of seasons. She has two of them to start this program.
One day I'll fly away, leave all this to yesterday. What more could your love do for me? When will love be through with me? Why live life from dream to dream and dread the day when
Suddenly the world seems such a perfect place. Suddenly it moves with such a perfect grace. Suddenly my life doesn't seem such a waste. It all revolves around you. And there's no mountains too high, no river too wide. Sing out this song and I'll be there by your side. Storm clouds may gather and stars may fall, but I love you till the end of time.
Well, Mark, great skaters seized the moment, and most certainly Hannah Bath of Australia seized the moment tonight here in Riga.
Yeah, just an amazing example of a skater pinpointing where they need to make progress and absolutely studying furiously to return this season with progression. The start position for Hannah Bath, they're already showcasing the work that has been done. There is so much more commitment through the body emotionally as we see not her best triple axel, but nevertheless capable of putting a triple toe on the back of it. This one's much better.
Yeah, that was a beauty with a plus GOE of 2.17. And she brought an emotional choreography to the ice that we have never seen from Hannah. We saw it moving this direction, but not to this level.
And it's an interesting choice of music as we watch back on so many wonderful triple jumps. To pick a piece of music like Moulin Rouge that has been done, this piece of music is synonymous with Tessa Virtue and Scott Moyer, who produced one of the most expressive pieces in figure skating history. And so it's almost like I sense it's been said to Hannah, well, you can have it if you want it, but if you're going to skate to this, you've got to transform your emotional interpretation. And just the way in which her left hand is expressing there, that's something that is fine detail, but so much will have had to go into making that happen.
On this night, she earned the right to skate to that music, and she brought it to just an incredible level. You can see that that audience reaction was the loudest we have ever heard in this building.
That's amazing. Now, Australia has had junior world champions in the pairs discipline. She's a junior world silver medalist. Is she kind of staking her claim and looking ahead to Sophia?
Well, her personal best in that program is 138.44. We'll see how close she comes to this. She just needs a 125.98 to take the lead with one skater to come.
140.54 from the winner last week, Sophia Zevka, as well. An interesting score to relate to.
Yep. 140.01. She is blown away by that score. With a 209.07, Hannah Bath takes the lead. One skater to come, the leader after the short. Wow. And there she is, the leader after the short program. We're faced with the pressure that Hannah Bath has just put on her.
And not just the leader after the short, but the defending champion in Riga. There, she too will include a triple axel. She too will also skate to a powerhouse piece of music in the sport of figure skating. Mei Okada, the 16-year-old from Aichi, will skate to the Phantom of the Opera.
How great is the sport of figure skating, Mark, on a night like this with these young skaters? It is simply incredible. They're bringing the sport, especially in the juniors, to a new height.
Mei Okada from Japan, that finish position, you could just see her on stage as Christine frightened from the Phantom. The level of commitment to the theme, just glorious. And there were so many nuances and stylized details with the arm, with the head. It was just a very senior integrity of emotional expression.
After the fall of the triple axel, you had said, please skate clean the rest of the way, but it wasn't just clean. It was at almost an elevated emotional level.
Yeah, it's so true. And I remember when she was going into the triple flip sequence, I'd forgotten that she had jumps to do because I was so connected with what she was giving and serving on the storytelling. And then I panicked again when the triple flip took place, but always good.
Wow. She's going to need a 136.61 to win this competition. You can see her greeted off the ice by Mia Hamada, her coach.
Oh, look at that.
I know.
And that's when she knows she's still got 6 jumping passes and a triple axel to attempt. She's already engaged.
Well, she was on all those jumps except for the axel. She was perfectly centered. Here is the axel. Let's take a look, see what happens. Looked pretty good in the air, but go too far back on the heel and kept on rotating. Didn't open up, check it out fast enough, but gets right back up into the program. Does not let that bother her.
And as we look at that loop, just the conviction to the hand movements here in this Ina Bar, the choreo sequence. I would go 8s in the components, and that's rare to see in the junior skaters for the presentation.
There is one.
Good. And you know, Hannah has the sensational triple axels, but for me, this wins on components comfortably.
Well, these numbers are getting closer as the scores keep coming in.
Look at that. I mean, that's like quality acting like that.
It is.
Never mind being on blades in a competitive figure skating event. That's worthy of the stage.
The physicality on the ice equal the emotion in the music. And that rarely happens. Let's take a look at the scores, see how close she is to taking the title. She's currently in first, 133. That's second. Total competition score 205.47, and she will take the silver. Hannah Bath from Australia moves up to take this title.
And I suspect that will be history for women's figure skating from Australia to have an Australian win on the Junior Grand Prix.
Wow. What a night of skating. The final event of this day. We're all sitting alive. We had a long day.
How many hours have we been here? And
I don't know.
Feel exhilarated by the skating.
It wasn't just the last two. There were many skaters have wonderful performances. Some disappointing, of course, but wow, this bodes so well, not only for the rest of the Junior Grand Prix this season, but also for the seniors in the future.
And I think 9 of the top 10 in this event, different skating nations.
Yeah. That is so good for this sport as it expands around the world. Well, that concludes our coverage on day number 2. The women's free program will stay online for the medal ceremony, but Mark and I will sign off. We hope that you will join us tomorrow for the free dance and the men's free to finish out week number 2 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. For all of us here in the ISU, thank you for watching. Stay online to see the medals presented. Good night, everyone.